Yep, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There you go. All right. Call the March 3rd meeting of the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. Call the meeting to order. Hearing, we have both hearings. We will have a work session, and we will be doing executive sessions throughout the day. First, allow me to read the chairman's script. Latest topic. As chair of House Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing with the potential for executive sessions to occur throughout. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting notice complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on this meeting assisting us. Brad Greenland, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call of attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. And that is that. I will ask, reading this, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Gunsky.
He's on his way.
Not here. Representative Gould.
Can you call her last? She's just signing up.
Okay. Representative Horgan.
And I'm home alone.
Representative Harb.
I'm present and I'm in my office currently alone.
Representative Crichton.
Present.
Representative Dodge.
Present and alone.
The clerk is here. Representative Healy.
Here.
Representative Mayville.
Present and alone. Good morning.
Right. Representative Post.
She just signed on, so she should be good.
Representative Close.
Yes, present and in a loft area, so people may be going throughout the day.
Representative Smith.
Present and here at home alone.
Representative Spang.
Present and here alone.
Representative Grassi.
Present, and I'm here alone.
Representative Gottling.
Here alone.
Representative Cohen.
Here and I'm alone.
Representative Connors.
Here, I'm in my office and I'm alone.
Representative Vale,
Here in my office, home alone.
Representative Kelly,
Here and alone.
Representative Moran,
Here and alone.
Linda's up now, if you could just check her.
okay, Representative Gould,
Linda Gould, Representative Gould is here in a big room and alone.
okay. Chairman Renzullo,
I am here in the committee room.
and
There's,
President Gunsky.
Representative Duffy is not here. When he comes in, we will log him in.
What?
Sherry Dempsey.
Sherry Dunn.
Sherry Dempsey.
Oh,
Oh, I don't have her name or
Oh,
anything.
and the, and there's Representative Smith, person who is filling in for you. I didn't get the, who is filling in.
That's it.
Unmute.
Representative Dutsy.
Can you spell that, please?
D is in David, U-T-Z-Y. Sherry, first name,
S-H,
E-R-R-Y.
okay, thank you. And okay, Representative Dutsy,
That's
In my home office alone.
okay. And Representative Gunsky, Here.
Say here.
Here.
okay. All members are present, that's 21.
Okay. All members are present. It's a little bit about how we're going to proceed this morning. We're at 9 o'clock, which is 10 minutes ago. We are having a continuation of a hearing for House Bill 184, and that's to gather additional information that the committee felt it needed in order to make decisions on the bill. Then right at 9:30, we will go into a work session, which the work session will be on House Bill 184. The difference between a committee hearing and a work session is that the work session is, the public may view it, but cannot participate and give testimony unless unless it is to answer a question that the committee feels that they need, and that question has to come through the chair. So that is really the only difference. You will just see the committee will just be working, will be discussing the bill but without public input unless requested. And then at the end of that, we'll start execing. We'll exec 184, and then we'll be execing bill from the bills that are still still pending. And we'll continue doing that until 11 o'clock. Then we will have a full committee. We will go and have hearings on 397. At noon, we will break for lunch. And at 1 o'clock, we will do 446. And then we will go back into executive session to finish up all the bills that we have. So, meaning that, I will open the hearing, continuation of the hearing on House Bill 184. Representative Murray, are you there? Representative Murray? Is there a hand raising there?
Stand by. Okay.
Representative Murray, are you there? Is there a hand? Is that?
She's transferring.
Okay. Representative Murray?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
And can you see me as well? I was never sure.
Yes, Yes.
Because all I see is a whole, yes, we can.
All right. I guess I have information to share with you. You've received the packet, I believe, and you received a couple maps. So I will reference one map. But I just want to take about 5 minutes to go over some of the specific things that were asked before. You have in your packet reports which describe damage done by personal watercraft in an environmentally sensitive area. The number of these reports are from personal watercraft companies who promote responsible usages. They all support showing respect for environmentally sensitive areas. And the best way to support this usage is to clearly mark areas where personal watercraft are not appropriate. I'm sure you've gone through the information yourself, but there are a few highlights that I'd like to bring forth from these reports. From Thrillcraft, there's a report on the environmental consequences of motorized recreation. The highlight that wake waves from PWCs can create serious shoreline erosion, creating turbidity and sedimentation problems in shallow and productive waters. In addition, personal watercraft have more serious negative impacts on birds, including interruption of normal feeding activity, repeated displacement from nesting areas, then conventional motorboats, cars, all-terrain vehicles, and even pedestrians. From the environmental guide for watercraft operators put out by the Personal Watercraft Industry Association, in shallow waters, boats may stir up the bottom and suspend sediments which limit light penetration and deplete oxygen. This can affect fish and bird feeding. Vegetation such as seagrasses are delicate nursery grounds where many of the fish in our waters originate. When possible, operate a fair distance from the shore because wildlife tends to inhabit this vegetation along the edge of the shore. The best way to avoid disturbing the local ecosystem is to stay in the marked channels and the deeper areas of a lake or river when possible. Many migratory birds are easily stressed and are especially vulnerable during their migration periods. Birds will typically fly away from disturbing noises and from unnecessary expenditure of energy can cause harm to a feeding or a resting bird. Excessive boat wakes may contribute to shoreline erosion, especially in narrow streams and inlets. This organization, recognizing the damage that can be done, cautions PWC users to avoid such areas. It can be very difficult to not know which areas are sensitive and which are not. To have clear signage about areas of particular sensitivity can help direct PWC users away from these areas. From the University of Vermont, a study concludes that when the unburned fuel is released into the water, tiny organisms absorb the chemicals and become extremely sensitive to light, an occurrence called phototoxicity. The daylight sun then kills the organism, which causes a collapse of the food chain as food sources slowly become eliminated. Finally, from Environmental Guide for Watercraft Operators, there's a list of all the various types of damage, including turbidity, vegetation, noise, erosion, and seagrasses. Again, the guide recommends staying away from such areas. Clearly demarcating the areas provides guidance to PWC users who typically do not want to damage the environment. There was a concern that a restriction would adversely affect particular businesses. It is, in my view, rather absurd to think that someone is going to be deterred from purchasing a jet ski because they cannot use it in a few hundred square yards of wetlands out of the miles and miles of navigable waterways surrounding us. I also want to mention that this is a constituent-driven bill by the residents who live in Rye and in Newcastle, the people who are directly affected by the impact of the jet skis, and see by and large on a daily basis the fragility and the sensitivity of the area in which they live. Operators are not always aware of their surroundings, and having these sensitive areas clearly marked is to everyone's benefit. The residents of Rye and Newcastle, the wildlife that lives and breeds in these shallow waters, and the PWC users who are generally respectful and glad to know where the areas are that should be avoided. These are the people who are particularly concerned. This all benefits these individuals and these constituents. This passed unanimously last session and was derailed due to COVID. The constituents of Rye and Newcastle very much want to see this passed again. If you look at the map that has, it's kind of an expanded map, which particularly shows a protected area. Oh, thank you, Suzanne. I had mine up. Oops, let me, can you go to the other one?
Is that that's clear?
You have another one, Jim?
I do. Stand
The
by.
one that has the blue hash marks? Does that make sense?
He's working on it.
One, yeah, that one. The one that Suzanne had put up before shows a larger area. And even again, if you look at a larger map, this is a very small area. This isn't particularly the best blow up that we have. And you can see where the blue line starts at the end of the causeway between, I think that's, now I forget if it's Goat Island and, that's not CV. And it goes around, those two big areas in the middle are pest and leach. And then I can't get down to the bottom, but perhaps you can. It stops at the edge of the bridge on the Newcastle, there, thank you, on the Newcastle side, the Wentworth, what we call the Wentworth Rye Bridge. Vehicles can get under that bridge and get out into the larger passage into what is considered Little Harbor here. You can also see from there that they can go up Sagamore Creek and go to BG's and access all the, whatever there is up there. So it's restricting just this small area from the bridge at the causeway on 1B to the beginning of the Newcastle Rye Bridge in there. It's a small area. You can see that there are a lot of islands. That ought to give you an idea that it's a very, very shallow area. Right now, I could lift up my laptop and put it out the window, and you could see that it's basically totally mud flats right now. So that's pretty much all that I have to say. As I said, it passed unanimously last time. People had a chance to come out here and see what it's like. If you'd like, I could lift up, I could move my laptop and look out.
Can you do that, please?
Huh?
I got you back up. I turned the maps off. If you could just point your camera out the window, that'd be great.
All righty. Is that working? Do I need to switch something around
You
or?
need to turn the computer around and
Oh,
face it out the window.
There you go.
There you go.
Tell me what you're seeing.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect.
You got it?
Yep.
So that's the area. You can see the mud. Perhaps you can see a very wiggly channel in the middle, which is where Lavender Creek comes out. If we were lucky, you'd see deer walking across since it's low tide.
Yeah.
Does that help?
That helps a lot.
No.
That's a lot, yes.
Should I, okay. And that's the extent of your testimony at the moment?
That's it for now. I'm glad to answer questions, but I want to, iterate that this is important to constituents here, and that in doing the research, so many of the professional literature, as you may have consider, for personal watercraft users, are also very keen about sensitive areas and to say, mark it off so that they know that this is not where they should go. And you can see, just looking out my window, I guess, it's a reasonably small area. When it is high tide, it's still shallow, but it's very difficult, when you're on the water to know how deep something is.
I'll then open this to questions. And any member of the committee, are there any questions for the applicant, for the representative?
I see no hands.
Seeing no hands. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this bill? Do we have anyone?
Sorry, you have Miles Cook.
All right. Miles Cook.
He should be up now.
Hello, can the committee hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I did get a chance to look at this protected area that Representative Murray has proposed to ban all personal watercraft from going into. I agree with the representative that those areas are sensitive, and I do agree that they should be protected in one way or another. However, I still my understanding, these wave runners that she's talking about, these watercraft, my extensive history with them, and I've been doing this for 27 years. The wakes that they create are significantly less in comparison to whatever boat might be traveling through there. Not only that, they do not have lower units on them, that they don't have rudders, they don't have propellers that protrude down into the water, sometimes in circumstances of such as 3 feet, which these are shallow areas. And if these propellers were to come contact with the substrate, they would cause intense turbidity. And you would see the damage. So the concern that I have is that the looking in this area, the message that it's going to send is that this area has a lot of moorings, boat moorings. A lot of people park their boats there. I'm actually looking at a satellite picture of it right now, and I can see all the boat moorings in there. People like to travel back and forth to their boats using their wave runners, using their watercraft. They will go through those areas at idle speed, as they should, which is the law. They have to go through there at headway speed. They cannot create a wake through there. If they do, it is already an offense. It is already against the law. So banning the wave runners in that area, the concern that I have is that the message that it's going to send, and with what the general population will learn, is that they're just not welcome here. And while I do think that environmental protection is important, the structure of these watercraft, the way they're built, if they're operated lawfully, should, and I say this with 27 years of experience, should not be creating the disturbance that the representative is talking about. They should be creating a lot less disturbance and represent a lot less risk than boats in that area, of which I am looking at a mooring field that probably has about 20 or 30 boats in there, that people will no longer be able to go to their boats on their wave runners to take a quick trip out there to get something, to just hop on their wave runner, go over there, get something on or off their boat, transport back and forth to shore. They just won't be able to do that anymore. And, wave runners in those areas is something that, a lot of people that use these products, because the water is relatively calm and it's relaxing, and those areas do access the BG Boathouse. To get through there, to get to BG Boathouse, you would have to skirt those areas. You could easily go into one of those protected areas by accident on a wave runner because she's protected the whole area, which goes to those areas. So the concern that I would have would be enforcement. As far as, someone just taking a regular trip out to their boat or going to one of the destinations, the businesses that they would go and visit. Any of those purposes, you'd be basically banning wave runners. Now everyone would have to go out and get a boat to do it. And boats have lower units. They have propellers. They're structurally, they're a lot higher risk to the environment, and are the ones that are creating the damage that the representative is talking about. So that's my concern. And I just don't fully understand how banning those would be beneficial to the environment, given that, they're just not, if they're operated lawfully, they would be creating less damage to the environment than any boat operating through there.
Any questions for Mr. Cook from the members of the committee?
Susan Smith raised her hand, sir.
Representative Smith, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Cook. I wondered if you had since you're on the call, were you able to see the map which shows the designated area that would be closed off in the back channel?
Yes, I did. What I did was when I saw it come up on my screen, I took a picture of it with my cell phone. So I have it here in front of me, and I can see your satellite picture as well.
Yeah. So it seems to me, when I'm looking at the satellite picture, that area is very, very shallow. anyway, and I don't see any moorings. I don't know what are you looking at a picture from the summer or?
Well, no, you have to go to the north. Look, you see Leeches Island and Pest Island. No, that go north.
Give me a second.
Slide it down.
There you go. See that area right there? See where the 1B, there's Goat Island at the top of the screen. And then as you proceed to the left, you see 1B. That's that bridge right there. That is a main channel that most marine traffic that passes through here goes through. And what happens is a lot of that marine traffic will travel, and you can actually kind of see the channel where it is, in this satellite picture. It's actually pretty telling because the mud flats are all around and it gets really, really shallow in those areas. But if you stay in the channel, you're okay. And so if you can already see a boat traveling underneath the bridge in the satellite picture under 1B. That boat is heading through the channel. Now, if you look at her protected area, it is right there at the beginning of that bridge. Okay, so if any wave runner were to pass through there, it would be very, very easy for one of those wave runners to veer off to the left-hand side and go into the protected area. Now, where you're bringing your mouse pointer right now, that's a large channel area where there are a lot of boats moored. You could, if you go in there, I don't know, you're counting 10, 20 boats that are moored in there. So any person that owns a wave runner that maybe live on the water in Newcastle or live up in Portsmouth or Dover, or anyone that wants to go to their boat, now they can no longer do that if you protect that entire area. And given that those areas are that area where those boats are moored stays fairly deep, it takes out an entire, what it does is it takes out the entire ability of citizens to use that and to get back and forth.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Cook?
So you have two questions, stand by. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you very much for your testimony. I just need a slight bit of clarification, please. You talked about your observations and your experiences for approximately 25 years. Could you just let me know, are you coming to this as a soil or marine expert? Are you coming to this as a user of the area, a resident? Just what is your experience so I can understand where it's coming from?
Okay, so my experience is in the use and operation of these jet skis, these watercraft, but I also do happen to have a pretty large amount of experience. I live upriver in Dover, and I recently expanded my dock, and I went back and forth with the Department of Environmental Services, and unfortunately, we ended up having to go, into the court system, and we actually won, and we were able to expand our dock. In doing that, I learned all about the turbidity issues created by docking structures, by wave runners, by boats, by everything that's passing through the area. I had a chance to really, to meet with, I've met with marine biologist Adele Fiorello over at Normando Associates. I've met with Dory Wiggin, a former DES official, David Price, DES officials, David Cadell, Army Corps of Engineer officials. I've had consultation with wetland scientists of numerous different surveying companies on the seacoast. So I have, some experience learning about, turbidity issues, current issues, environmental issues that are in the river. I know about the eelgrass issues that they were having in Great Bay. I know about the nitrogen levels that Portsmouth and Dover were being reviewed for with regard to their, to what they were discharging into the river. So I have some experience there, I guess enough to be dangerous, but most of my experience is with wave runners, boats, and even jet boats as well. So remember, there are boats out there that are powered the same way as wave runners, have the same structural makeup that wave runners do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
Representative Post.
Representative Post for a question.
Yes, thank you for testifying today, Mr. Cook, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I wanted to ask you if the channels are currently marked for low areas and not to come in during low tide.
Were you asking me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there are marks, there are markers in the channel, however, it is not very well marked. It's not hard for any boat or wave runner to travel outside the channel, by accident.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? of
Representative Spang, sir.
Representative Spang for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Cook. I believe that you testified at our last hearing on this as the owner of an enterprise that sold these boats. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. My follow-up, Mr.
For a follow-up.
Thank you. I'm pretty familiar with that area because I'm a boater, and I haven't seen very many people who access moored boats with
A question, please.
like this. Can you please tell us how many moored boats are actually accessed by one of these vessels?
I can't tell you. All I know is that there are a number of moored vessels out there. I do know of people that access their moored vessels via wave runner, via watercraft. And if this law were to pass, they would not be able to in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Cook?
Sir, I see no further questions.
There being no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Is
Thank
there
you.
anyone else wishing to testify on this bill?
Sir, I see no one's hand raised.
So being note that no, there is no one else wishing to testify, I will declare the hearing closed. I'll now go into a full committee work session on House Bill 184. Is there any discussion that we wish to have on this bill?
So Representative Cohen has his hand raised.
Representative Cohen, for
Just a question.
you're recognized.
Mr. Chairperson, do you want
Mr. Chairman.
to give the count from the blue sheet?
Right on the blue sheet now, for today's hearing, there are 3 people. Kate Murray, who has testified, Donna Urbanik, a member who addresses Newcastle, and Robin Voigt, who addresses Portsmouth, and they are in support. That is what's on the white blue sheet. Is there anyone else who might be signed in, Representative Creighton, later than?
So you have 9 people, Andrew Moore, Barbara Moore.
In other words, 9 people, but they're not on the blue sheet and looking to, did they express an opinion? So,
No, sir, they don't have their hand raised.
okay. That's, the blue sheet as we have it is 3 people, one of which has spoken and 2 of which, and all are in support. That answer your question, Representative Cohen?
Yes, thank you very much.
And Representative Smith, sir.
Representative Smith, for a statement or a question or whatever.
Yeah, so we are in the work session now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Captain Dunleavy. I see he's an attendee. As to how the area is marked and how people access their boats in that back channel. And I see that Ted Deers from DES is also here, and he could talk about the sediment building in the shallow waters, et cetera, if people want to hear from him too. Thank you.
They're both panels.
Okay, all right. Captain Dunleavy, you're there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the R&D committee. Representative Smith, thank you for the question. I can speak to the general navigational aids that are in that area. They are federal markers in some places and some that are installed by the New Hampshire Port Authority. The Marine Patrol does not have navigation aid jurisdiction on our coastal waters, but having firsthand knowledge, there are sporadic channel markers in the main channel where you folks have seen by Goat Island going down toward Wentworth by the Sea, which is known as the back channel. The area specifically to Clampit Island, Leeches, those areas are not marked by any specific channel markers. And part of that is due to tide fluctuations and the ability for these channel markers to stay on station with those fluctuating tides. As far as your questions to sediment, as I was being given permission to enter this hearing, I missed some of the second part of your questions for me.
Could you repeat your question, Representative Smith?
Yeah, no, the sediment part was going to be directed to DES if they came on board. But the question I had was we just heard from some person who testified about all the moorings and that people use often personal watercraft to get to their moorings, and they would not be able to get to the moorings if this law passed, if this bill passed. And I just wondered, how the people who moor their boats there would be able to access them.
Thank you. We see a variety of ways that people access moorings, and specifically for that area, along the causeway out to Newcastle, there are several pull-offs. We see people launching all types of craft there at those pull-offs. If you were to drive down there as you approach Newcastle Island and the cemetery, which is the first property that sort of greets you when you arrive on the island, there are numerous little dinghies and rowboats along the shoreline there, as well as rowboats with outboard motors. I have seen personal watercraft access moorings in the past, not necessarily in that area, but that's not to say that people don't use them at those launch sites along the causeway in that fashion.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee for Captain Dunleavy?
I've got one.
Who has one? All right, Representative Gunsky, then Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain Dunleavy, just to follow up from Representative Smith's question, would this legislation, if passed, prohibit an individual on a personal watercraft from accessing a mooring field in that area?
Yes, as the language that is proposed would prohibit the operation of personal watercraft in that designated area. So basically from those maps that you saw earlier, that blue line that was designated, if that is included in the language of the bill, then we will post that area and no personal watercraft would be able to operate at any speed in that area.
For a follow-up.
And that would be a follow-up, I'm sorry. So if we took a headway, would it be possible to access that area in a no-wait type condition? Sorry, I'm just trying to, I'm thinking about that. Modifying the bill possibly. And in your opinion, would it be disruptive for an individual to enter that area in a no-wait type condition?
I can't speak to the environmental impacts for the operation in the shallow water when a vessel is at headway speed. That's just outside of my purview and expertise. But I will say that I believe it was a Mr. Cook that spoke earlier to other statutes that are in place that, depending upon the tide and specifically where they are in that designated area, I would say that the overwhelming majority of that area would already require the boats to be traveling at no wake speed, just due to their proximity from a shoreline, whether it's an island or the main shoreline of Newcastle. Now, certainly at low tide, there's more shoreline, and the lower the tide, the less area that they could operate if they were more than 150 feet from shore. At high tide, there might be a little more water, certainly deeper water for them to operate, but the majority of that area would be in proximity to shoreline, requiring headway speed only.
Excellent. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Captain Dunleavy, I just wanted some clarification on the definition, continuing in the same vein of personal watercraft. Does that include rowboats, which is typical for accessing a boat to a mooring? Is that where, can you speak to that, please? Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. No, it would not include rowboats. Personal watercraft are defined as being less than 13 feet in length. They must be jet propelled or powered by a jet pump versus a propeller. And it is a type of craft that you would sit on or straddle rather than sit in like a traditional boat.
Thank you.
Question.
Sir, Representative Post for a question.
Representative Post for a question.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the question, and thank you, Mr. Dunleavy, for speaking up today and answering our questions. I would like to know if we're going to protect this one area, if that is going to lead to all the other areas wanting to protect themselves in the same way, because when I look at these Google Maps, it looks about the same in other areas. I don't know if those other areas are currently protected, and this is just an addition to that. So can you speak to that whole inner area? There in the bill.
As to whether there would be restrictions for those areas, who knows? I know that this committee heard and the legislature passed a similar bill a couple of years ago for the tidal flats and marshes in Hampton and Seabrook. And this is a similar bill. Certainly our seacoast, particularly as you go into Great Bay and up the Piscataqua River, as well as the areas around Rye Harbor and Seabrook and Hampton, there are tidal flats up and down our coast. And so certainly there is similar habitat that you're going to see in the Newcastle Channel that if folks and constituents wish to pursue this type of restriction, could certainly do so.
Follow up, please.
Or a follow-up.
Yeah, are there currently any restrictions in those other areas, in the other towns? And I'm along the Piscataway River and up by Round Island and that area?
There are not. The only ones we have currently are the marshlands of Ryan, of Hampton and Seabrook, and now this one that is proposed before you today.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any other questions?
No hands raised.
There being no hands, thank you, Captain. Chair would recognize Mr. Deers, who is also a part of Representative Smith's question. Representative Smith, could you re-ask the question to Mr. Deers that you originally posed, so the chair is able to catch up? I forget easily. It's age.
I was asking about the value of eelgrass and other aquatic plants growing in the shallow waters of the marshlands along the seacoast, as well as what happens when a jet-propelled craft goes through and how shallow and deep they, whatever. Anyway, erosion and turbidity would be the concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Can you hear, everybody hear?
Sure.
Just a little bit. Mr. Duska, could you also identify who, yourself as far as your expertise as well?
Sure. For the record, my name is Ted Deers, and I'm the administrator of the Watershed Management Bureau at the Department of Environmental Services. I have been with the department or the state for about 24 years. I previously worked in the coastal program. I was the coastal program director. And for about 8 years, I worked on salt marsh restoration work in the seacoast. So I am pretty familiar with the marshes in and around New Hampshire's seacoast. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, it's a tremendous pleasure to be in front of you today, although virtually. And I appreciate the question from Representative Smith. When I worked also on the bill in Hampton back when that was going on. And I will just say that the primary issue that occurs relative to this issue of personal watercraft out on the marshes is it tends to be really a high tide issue. So the really fun thing to do, I think, with a personal watercraft is when the tide is very high, it covers the marsh on an order of about 10 tides a month or so. It fully inundates the marsh, and that allows for a boat to truly travel pretty much wherever. And it's really interesting. It's fun. I know that I've been out on canoes and such in those kinds of conditions, kayaks, where it's really fun to go places you normally can't go. And it is a tremendous expanse of water. I would imagine it allows you to have, be able to go out and move around. And I don't know exactly how that would relate back to things like, headway speeds when you see the entire surface of the water surface of the marsh is actually covered with water. So, at what point, where are the channels? You don't know. But yet the marsh is really only a few inches deep. It's 6, 7, maybe 8 inches below you, except on extremely high tides. And so certainly was the case in Hampton, where we had significant marsh damage occurring because of the jetting that was going through those jet motors out on the surface of the marsh. And you could actually, there were, I think Sue Foote from the Seabrook Conservation Commission testified that you could go out and you could find places and the marsh had been really torn up. Marsh accretes at something on the order of 2 millimeters a year. So if you dig a couple inch hole in a marsh, you can do the calculations as how long that would take for that to heal back up. So marshes are living sort of creatures, more or less. They're living ecosystems that are already under stress. They're in a stressful condition. That is, they are inundated twice a day. And we also have advanced sea level rise going on right now. Sea level rise is about 2 or 3 times what it has been over the past average over the past 1,000 years or so. And so marshes are already challenged to try to keep up with that. We also have challenges, increasing science showing that we have challenges of nutrients that impact our marshes. This is certainly the case around the Great Bay marshes, where we see some of those marshes having some deterioration, both as a result of excessive nutrients and sea level rise. So certainly the protection of marshes is really important. They're incredibly important ecosystems. They're rare, relatively rare in New Hampshire. And they provide habitat to lots and lots of critters. So, I think for those reasons, it's important to protect them. And certainly, adding additional wave action and adding additional, certainly at those high tide issues is really a challenge for the marshes. Make it clear that the department has not taken a position on this bill. I'm just trying to provide an answer to what I've sort of seen and learned over the years to Representative Smith's question.
Representative Gunsky for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beers, for taking my question. Just wanted to follow up on what we were discussing earlier about the accessing the mooring field in a no-wake type condition. Would you give me your thoughts on what type of disruption maybe one of these personal watercraft would have going into a mooring field under a no-wake condition?
Yeah, I can thank you, Representative. I appreciate the question. Certainly not my expertise in how boats move around. I'm not a boater. I would just refer back to Captain Dunleavy's response that it totally depends on tide. One of the interesting things being out there, and I encourage anyone who really wants to have a really enjoyable few hours of just a little marsh bathing, is to really watch how the tide comes in and out. It isn't sort of linear where you have a channel that's there and it gets smaller and smaller. It really sort of happens almost there some point in the tide it sort of disappears, and it would be at those points where those creeks get smaller and smaller, and you can't really tell until they're essentially gone. Where you start to have challenges. And as far as where the moorings are and where the docks are, I am not familiar with that. But I just think that it is very challenging to know where you're at and how deep things are in these marsh situations, just because they become very turbid at declining tides.
Thank you very much.
So Representative Post for the question.
Representative Post for question.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Mr. Gears, for being here today and speaking with us. I just wanted to clarify, and I'm not quite sure if you're hearing me because I think the screen has frozen.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Are you saying at high tides, it's less destructive for those types of personal watercraft to be using the area, or are you saying that's when the most damage occurs?
Thank you, Representative. I think I was trained as an economist, so all my answers are it depends. That is the time-honored tradition as an economist. That is the answer to all questions. So I will say it depends. As the tide is coming up, if you can sort of picture this, you have the channels that are filling up with water. Until it sort of spills over the top of the channel and out onto the surface of the marsh, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And those channels would be less likely to have erosion in them as they get deeper and deeper and deeper. So if some sort of a vessel was moving through them, it would tend to have less impact as they fill up with water. As they go down, you're going to have more impact because it's going to be stirring things up. You have more of that shoreline exposed. It's lower. You have undercurrents that come up and eat at the marsh. Now that is true until you get to the point until the water actually goes all the way up over the marsh and covers the marsh surface with, again, it can be 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 inches of water. And once it's completely covered, and vessels can now traverse the entirety of the marsh, that becomes very destructive to have those vehicles out on what would be the now flooded surface of the marsh. And I will tell you again, I really encourage you sometime to put on your wellies and go out and walk around in a marsh as the tide is coming over it. As you walk through the mummy chogs, the sticklebacks, these little fish that are in there are just, as you kick your feet along in the water, they're just flying out of the water, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And so it's a really, again, I really encourage you to get out there and have that experience. It lets you understand sort of how alive these marshes are.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your clarification on that.
Let's see if there's any more questions.
No further questions, sir.
No other questions for Mr. Deers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gunsky, you have a question for the Captain Dunleavy.
Captain, thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain, there seems to be a little bit of concern that, based on the questions on the mooring field and the access to the mooring field. It's under a low tide condition, would you normally access that mooring field?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Certainly, there are certain moorings that are in deep enough water where you could be accessing them at all tide cycles. Certainly, there are times where some of the moorings on our seacoast, and particularly in this area, where the boat itself that is on a mooring is resting high and dry on the mudflat or on the marsh. So it all depends on the location of the mooring and the water depth, or how close in proximity it is that mooring is to the main channel.
Thank you, sir.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? No one else? All right,
So you have Representative Smith with a question.
Representative Smith for a question of Captain Dunlap.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Captain Dunleavy. You mentioned previously today that the jet skis or the personal watercraft have a jet propulsion system. And what happens to the, in an outboard motor, the propeller shoots the water out the back. And then in a jet ski or a personal watercraft, what as that happens, what's going on with the water that is powering through? I don't think I'm saying it correctly, but.
I thank you, Representative. I could do a quick comparison. With an outboard motor, a traditional outboard motor or an inboard outboard motor, you've got the propeller that is spinning in the water, providing thrust. And by turning the motor is how you turn direction. You're directing that thrust. It is a very similar process with personal watercraft, in that instead of the propeller being exposed to the water and spinning, providing the thrust, the jet pump simply has an internal impeller, they call it. It's not exposed, but it's a similar device where it is sucking water through the bottom of the hull, going through this propeller system, and the water itself is then being pushed out through this nozzle, through a jet pump. And it is that thrust of water that is propelling the vessel. And again, the nozzle turns just like an outboard motor, providing direction as you turn to and from. In the case of jet propulsion, it is typically very directional, straight back from the machine. There are some slight angle changes on some of the machines, the more modern machines. Where an outboard motor, you have what you call power trim, where you can tilt it up and down electrically, depending upon what attitude you want your boat to have as it goes through the water, and also to account for shallow water. You can lift the engine up out of the water. The jet pump is fixed to the bottom of the personal watercraft, but it is the thrusts are very similar.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I see no questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Captain, for a second time.
Thank you very much.
All right, you see no other questions on this bill. I will declare the work session.
No.
Stand by,
Oh,
Representative
no.
Smith is now has her hand up.
Representative Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. Representative Post asked about would any other areas be affected by possible future legislation? And actually, this bill does include areas of the Rye Marsh, including Aucamon, CV Creek, Berries Brook, Parsons Creek. And those areas are very, very shallow, small tributaries. And Aucamon Marsh, I don't think I've ever seen enough water in it to be useful for any kind of motorized boat. But I just wanted to bring that to attention, that the bill does include other areas in Rye. So it's pretty much Rye and Newcastle abut each other. And so it includes other areas there. It doesn't include the navigable creeks like Sagamore.
Is there any other representative, member of the committee who wishes to make a comment, statement, basically part of this work session? Or before I move us into executive session? Representative Gunsky for comment.
Just a comment. I think the basis behind this bill is pretty good. Even last year, I voted for this bill. my concern is that one point of accessing a mooring field, if you are a homeowner in that area and want to access a mooring field with a personal watercraft, this bill prohibits that.
Representative Gunsky, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Okay, I will speak up louder. How's that?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Better? I said, Representative Smith, I had said that I voted for this bill last year, but more information has come forward, and my only concern is if I was a resident in that area and I had a mooring and wanted to access that mooring with a personal watercraft, I would be unable to. And it's apparent that if you have a large vessel on a mooring, you need water to keep that vessel afloat. And to access that under a no-wake condition, I don't see how the turbidity would be that much of an issue, just accessing a mooring field, and this bill prohibits that. That's the one hangup I have with this bill.
May I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
But to my understanding, it only prohibits jet propelled and not rowboats, or is that correct? I mean, typically people access rowboats.
Personal watercraft, yes, correct.
He said jet propelled.
Yeah, and that is a jet propelled boat, or a personal watercraft is jet propelled.
But a rowboat is
Speak
not.
louder, folks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Representative Spang, sir.
Representative Spang.
Mr. Chairman, I'm being a little redundant here, but I would like to remind the committee that Mr. Cook was unable to answer the question of how rare is the use of these vessels to get out to a moored boat. In my experience, it is much, much more likely for someone to just hop into a kayak or their rowboat. It's a short distance from the shore out to these moored boats. And as I say, after 30 years of being on the water, I have never seen anybody use one of these vessels to access a moored boat. It might be a little different here, but Mr. Cook seemed to be unable to say that this was anything more than fairly hypothetical.
Representative Kelly, sir.
Representative Kelly for a statement or question or whatever.
Yeah, statement. Yeah, my concern if we put any type of if we put an exemption for something or do something along those lines, that it will add difficulty to enforcement. It's very easy to put signs up in an area that say no personal watercraft allowed within this zone, like there are for other boats in other areas. It's very easy to do that, and then for Marine Patrol or residents to know that somebody is crossing a line, literally. So it seems like the danger to the area is very high, and as we can see from the map, it's a very small area that's being exempted. So I think it'd be much easier for us to just draw a line and let people on one side use personal watercraft and on the other have it restricted.
Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow on, and I agree with the bill as written. The one impact, though, as I'm looking at the satellite map, the number of houses, and I wonder how many of those houses have jet skis, where the person bought a not inexpensive house with the express purpose of having access to the water. And now we pass this bill and that access to the water is now denied because he's got his jet ski ramp out in the back that is he's no longer able to use because we passed this law. And I as a landowner on water, that would be problematic to me. No one has testified to that, but there's dozens of houses along that there will be impacted by this law.
Hello.
I'll have a question of, again, Captain. Will this will this bill, if it passes, deny people who have the, those boats, the jet skis, actually deny them access to the water from their property?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, as written, regardless as to whether or not a person owns frontage along that restricted area, they would not be able to operate personal watercraft from their own property.
And if I can share, Mr. Chairman, I'm literally just looking at the, this is a house that will be impacted by the area. And as you can see, the dock extends out. He's got at least a large fishing boat, 2 kayaks, and then it looks to be what could be a personal watercraft, a jet boat, but I'm not sure with this picture. So, I mean, that's an impact on people.
Representative Smith, did you have a comment? Or did you have a?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Actually, Mr. Chair,
Who's that? Who is that?
Stand by.
looking at my satellite thing on my phone, and it doesn't appear that the Piscataqua River is within this area.
No, that's the area right there. I just zoomed in on it.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Representative Post for a question, sir.
Representative Post for a question. Representative Post?
I apologize. Thank you very much for taking my question. My concern on this is not only will we be restricting other people, but what I understood from Mr. Deers was that when the water was higher, it was not as damaging.
No, he said it was just as bad.
Well, he also spoke about the nutrients coming in, and I would assume that would be from the homes surrounding this area as well. And I wonder if we're really trying to protect this area, if there should be more concentration on everything that is contributing to the marshes demise over there. So was there a marine biologist or anything that worked with the committee on this? Does anyone know?
I think this is Representative Smith. I don't know if a marine biologist would be the authority on marshlands. I think of them more in like underwater oceans and bays, whereas not in 4 to 8 inch deep waters, which is why we did talk a lot with Mr. Deers from DES, because he does have a lot of work that he has done with the marshlands along the seacoast.
Representative Kelly, sir.
Representative Kelly?
To quickly answer Representative Post's question, we did receive the letter from Professor Burdick at UNH, who is a associate research professor for the Jackson Estuarian Laboratory, who is in favor of the bill. But my main point of the statement was that we've now held 2 public sessions for this bill, and the only resident of Newmarket who's come to the session has been a representative who has spoken in favor of the bill. We've given people every opportunity, including 2 years of this bill, to come forward and speak about how it could affect them personally. And we have not heard any. So yes, there might be that one picture in the video, but I was trying to go dock to dock to find one as well. I could not find one that was clearly a personal watercraft. That'd be my main point. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else for comment? Before we go into executive session.
So I see no further comments.
All right, I close the work session and open this bill to executive session. Representative Smith, recognize you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 184, and I would like to speak to my motion when it's appropriate.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by
Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly. Representative Smith, do you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, and thank you. This bill has had a lot of work done on it, and because we kind of were asking similar questions last year, Captain Dunleavy's team out on the seacoast took us out on a field trip so we could see the exact area we were talking about. And at the end of that, we all understood a lot better what we cannot really understand just looking at satellite photos. And Mr. Deers commented about how quickly the tide can go in and out, and you can be in a foot of water and all of a sudden there's no water, which can be a huge problem. And I had that experience kayaking a few years ago in the Great Bay where there was plenty of water and I was paddling around, and like within minutes, all of a sudden I was on a mud flat and I was stuck for an hour until the tide started coming in again. So I think this bill is important. It's important for the ecology of the area. And Representative Murray in her testimony was quoting documents from the personal watercraft industry about how they recommend that they stay out of shallow areas. And I think that this bill is a step in the right direction environmentally and for our precious marshlands on the seacoast. Thank you.
Kelly, Representative Kelly, would you like to speak to your second?
Wave. Unless you'd like me to.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this motion? I would ask those who have expressed concerns this on the issue of personal watercraft that might be prevented from using, people who own personal watercraft prevent their use during the rare times that they need to take it out from their property. Is there an amendment that anyone feels might bring us closer to a consensus?
So Representative Post has a question.
Representative Post, do you have a question?
Yes, I two things. I would make an amendment on that, but my concern is on this bill that we're trying to preserve this marsh area, but we're only looking at one side of it. And it targets one specific boat. And the representative just spoke about how she got stuck on the marsh. And I believe people with personal watercraft, when they see a low area like that, aren't going to go in there and ruin their boats. So I'm concerned that we're not looking at the whole picture here.
I see Representative Spang.
Thank you.
Push your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm successfully lowering my hand, but now that I just feel that we need to step back and look at the big picture here. We have a lot of information, scientific information about the impact of these vessels on the marsh. On the other side, we have no evidence that there would be an adverse impact. We don't know if any of the people who live around the marsh actually have one that they want to use. We don't know if there's anybody who is using these boats to access their moored boats. So we're taking a known harm that can happen and has been observed in other marshes, and we're weighing it against speculation that somebody might be inconvenienced by passing this legislation. To me, that's a very clear path to a decision to pass this bill.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the hard work and the thought that has gone into this. If I was a resident and I wasn't involved in politics, I didn't know this was going on, and I had a $20,000 boat on a $1 million house, and I had the legislature come up to me and say, hey, you can't use your boat at your house, that would be a problem. I don't know that that exists, Representative Spang. I agree. I don't know whether that exists. Potentially, an amendment that would say a grandfather clause that said those with boats in that area as of the date that the bill passed. I don't know whether that's reasonable or not, but you asked for an alternative amendment, and that would address potentially some of Representative Gunsky's questions about those that access the boat, which again, we don't know how many that is. It could be 1, it could be 0. I don't know. I just offer that up to the committee. We have Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen for a statement.
Yes, thank you very much for recognizing me. I just wanted to address Representative Post's comment. I thought she made an excellent point that it would be good to look at the entire problem here to protect the area. I would say that, I would just suggest that if that's, I agree with that, look at the whole area, but this is a stepping stone. If we agree that what this does makes a step towards what we want to do, I would just suggest we pass this bill and consider in our next session next year the next step that gets the, if Representative Post can help us identify what the complete picture is, get the complete picture and amend the bill next year. But let's not wait a year to do it, is my only point there.
Representative Kelly for a statement. To the bill.
Yeah, so I just, to respond to Representative Creighton's proposal, I just worry that if we add something along those lines, it'll be very difficult to enforce. And if other, personal watercraft users see somebody using a watercraft inside that restricted area where the signage is up, it'll be much more difficult for them to understand the distinction between the marsh and the greater Piscataqua River area.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak to?
You have Representative Dutsey, sir.
Representative is it Dutsey? You wish to speak?
Yes, thank you for permitting me to speak. I've been listening to the conversation, and it seems to me that if you pass the bill and you have a couple of homeowners that are opposed to it, that will clearly bring them out in opposition. And at that point, you could consider an amendment. It is my understanding that we have passed other bills in the past where we thought it was a good bill. It went into law, and then we found out that perhaps there were some things we didn't think about, and amendments were then brought forward in future sessions. So since you haven't had anybody opposed to the bill, if you pass the bill and there are people that are violently opposed to it, I think representatives will be hearing from them at that point, and then they can consider future legislation to change it.
And Representative Post.
Representative Post for a statement on the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm still, it's more of a question. I'm having trouble with this because if we are so concerned to protect this area, why don't we just ban all boats? Because if they get in there during a time when the tide goes out and they end up stuck there, they're going to be walking in those marshes or trying to get someone to come get them out. And I just feel like this is targeting. Obviously, it is targeting. And I think if we really want to protect it, I think we have to put other boats in there. I think we should mark it as a restricted area.
Representative Spain is for a question, sir.
Representative Spang for actually, it's, what would be, is it a question or is it a speak on the motion? Representative Spang, you're recognized. Representative Spang, unmute, please.
All right. Are we in exec session so we can make statements, or are we asking questions?
We are in executive session. We are to speak on the bill. If you have a question that you wish to pose and we have a statement on the bill, that's fine. We're not asking questions of anybody, right? We are in executive session.
Each other.
Suits me just fine. This is our second hearing, basically, on this bill.
This is the third hearing.
There have been plenty of opportunities for people to come out who would be adversely affected by this. And we have not heard opposition. So I think for us to be making up hypothetical opponents who are going to be damaged by this is not addressing the problem rationally. I would like to ask the chair, did we or did we not get a list of people who were supporters of this bill that included a lot of the people who live in that area?
No.
The list that on the remote testify has a list of 3 people. That's for today. I know there were people who were on a list when we first had this.
Right.
I don't have that in front of me at the moment, so I can't read that out. And I know that there were a lot of letters and things that you and everyone else should have gotten.
Yes.
So everybody will know that the number of people.
So I would proffer then that this indicates that it was, this is not a sneak attack, that the people in the area were well aware that this bill was out there. And the fact that we've had no opposition to it probably indicates that, that we're on firm ground in terms of passing this bill.
Yeah, Representative Smith, sir.
Representative Smith for, on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, Representative Post is concerned that we're singling out the personal watercraft, but the difference between a motorboat and a regular outboard motorboat and a personal watercraft are, as Captain Dunleavy said, that if you have an outboard, you can like pull the motor halfway out of the water, so it has a lot less draft, and the personal watercraft do not have that option. They're all set, they're at the same setting all the time. Just a clarification.
Anyone else wish to speak? Representative Hurley.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'm just wanting to say I'm in favor of this bill as a boater, as a kayaker, and a sailboater, and sometimes using an outboard. It seems clear to me from my experience, maybe I'm out of touch, but people typically don't access their boats with a jet ski. Maybe that's probably quite rare, I think. Rowboats or a small outboard, a boat with a small outboard is probably a lot more common. And just as a kayaker and a person that enjoys these sort of marshy areas, jet skis seem quite out of place in them. So I just don't feel like we're doing anybody any harm. I don't think the jet skis belong in these little estuaries, sounds, and marshes. Thank you.
So I see no further questions. I'm sorry.
Representative Gottlieb has her hand up.
Yeah, I see
Who was that?
Suzanne Gottlieb.
Suzanne Gottlieb?
Get off mute.
Yes, take it off.
I just went back and tried to find everything we got in support on HB 184. And I found 4 letters of support from various people in the area and nothing in against it.
Thank you. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Will on the motion of ought to pass?
Okay. Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Representative Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Representative Creighton votes yes.
Representative Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Representative Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Representative Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Senator Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Okay. Representative Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottling.
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Representative Gottling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Representative Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Yoo-hoo, where are you? Oh,
She's not on mute.
Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Okay. Representative Moran.
Representative Moran votes yes.
Okay. Representative Moran votes yes. Representative Dubsey.
Representative, that's it.
She's on mute.
She's on mute. She gave a
She's
thumbs
thumbs
up.
up.
She gave a
Still
thumbs
on
up.
mute. Oh, no, you're not on mute.
Okay. Representative Dubsey votes.
Yes, yes.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
And Representative Renzullo, Chair Renzullo.
Yes.
Okay. That is 21 yeas. Motion passes.
21.
Motion to consent.
Any issue with consent?
Sounds good.
It is consent. Representative Smith, who is writing the blurb?
I'll be writing the blurb.
We can move on now. to another bill. We want, we have a meeting, we'll have a hearing on 397 at 11 o'clock. It is 10:30, so we have a half hour. If we can get to it, maybe. If not, we'll just simply run along, continue it until in the afternoon. I know there's a lot of people interested in House Bill 229. So I'd like to bring that bill forward. We get it on my list. House Bill 229. The chair recognizes Representative Gunsky for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion of ITL on House Bill 229. And speak to my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
You have a second from Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville seconds. Motion. Representative Gunsky to speak on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having been a member of the Wake Boat Commission, this is not a recommendation that came out of the commission. You heard a lot of testimony on this bill saying that this is not a ban on wake boats, and that is correct. This is not a ban on wake boats. This is the precursor of bans. So proponents of this particular bill have made statements that this is the first step of some to come. So there is future legislation behind this bill to make restrictions on the wake boats. I think during this time in the state of New Hampshire, where many families are locked in their homes and some of the only enjoyment they have are on our lakes, I think restrictions are the last thing we want to do. Because of that, and obviously some other things, I think that this is a bad bill and it should be ITL.
Representative Mayville, to speak to your second.
Thank you. I agree with Representative Gunsky, and I would just like to point out that while the committee definitely understands that there is an issue with these type of boats, that we do have laws in place that already and currently focus on the behavior of the boaters rather than the actual boat itself. I agree this is an ITL, an expedient to legislate, that we do not need to define and ultimately regulate and potentially ban this type of a boat. That it's not good for New Hampshire, it's not good for our citizens. Our lakes, our short little waterfront are really important to our state, and we should support those activities as much as we can. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the motion?
Sir, you have Representative Smith.
Representative Smith to speak on the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Wake Boat Commission worked for over a year to try to learn more about them and the effects that they have on the environment, on abutting landowners, and on people swimming in the water, and various other issues and the safety issues also. We already passed the wake surfing bill, and that was a unanimous recommendation from the commission. When I introduced the idea of defining wake boats at the Wake Boat Commission, my reasoning for thinking it would be a good idea to define them is because we had over 20 people on the commission, and the boats were referred to as wake boats, ballast boats, tow boats, and different people from even in the same industry, referred to them by 2 or 3 different names. And I thought that I believe there is some regulation needed, and that if everyone knew what a wake boat actually was, and up until I served on the commission, I was not even sure what a wake boat was or what one looked like. So I thought defining wake boats would be a good idea. I am not the prime sponsor of the bill. I'm one of the co-sponsors, but I believe that defining the boats does not necessarily mean regulating them, although there are certain areas, like similar to the marshlands that we just talked about in the last bill, and shallow areas of lakes and shallow coves where some regulation may be needed further than the 150-foot zone that we now have as a buffer. Thank you.
Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly to speak on the motion.
Yeah, so to follow up on Representative Smith's points, I agree. I like the definition of wake boat does not mean a ban. I do not support a ban on wake boats. But as a CDL operator, a wake boat is every year the wake boats will continue to increase the amount of ballast that they produce as engineering and technology go along. It is important. I think it's important that this committee look at them as we go along that route. Just as a CDL operator, I have to go through additional testing to operate a truck over the gross weight of 26,000 pounds. I think that as these ballasts get larger and larger, it is important that it may become necessary for this committee to issue additional permitting for those who wish to operate them. So for a driver increasing the age to 21 or something along those lines, and that would require a definition of the boat itself. Again, I don't support an outright ban. Obviously, I think we've all said that at some point during this committee, but just as we have larger vehicles that require special licensing, a additional ballast in the boat that could potentially cause greater harm by mistakenly operating it in a certain way may require additional, licensing or additional training. And that's my only point.
Anyone else wish to speak to the bill?
So there are no further hands up.
Representative Gottlieb got her hand up as well.
Who is?
Sue Gottlieb.
Representative Gottlieb
Nothing.
to speak.
One of the things I would like to point out is that when I spoke on this bill, not 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I presented information that the amount of ballast that's being put in the boats is just increasing and increasing and increasing. And I have an advertisement for one that, well, we heard about one where there was 2,800 pounds of ballast, but I can find other advertisements of up to 5,000 and then even saying, oh no, we can give you 6,000 pounds of ballast. So I think that is being promoted in the industry, and every time you increase the amount of ballast, you are basically increasing the amount of wake. And so, I'm simply speaking to that, Representative Kelly, in support of, we may have to think of things in the future that help out a bit.
Representative, is there any other representative for the first time?
Representative Grassi.
Okay, Representative Grassi for the first time.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against this motion because I feel it's important. One of the things that we listen to is we say, well, people want to enjoy our lakes. And when you look at the environment, the natural environment that we have here in the state of New Hampshire, that's the true New Hampshire advantage. And we've looked at a number of instances in not just wake boats, but other things such as ATVs and everything, where we've seen a significant amount of environmental damage. And to make the trade-off that it's okay to damage the environment because people are enjoying themselves doesn't seem to fit. I think we can do both. And by defining wake boats, we're able to provide sensible regulation that maybe a wake boat on certain lakes or ponds is not a place to be. Maybe we need to increase the distance from the shore because of the damage that these boats are doing. Just say, let them do their damage. We don't care. Eventually, the advantage that we have here in New Hampshire is going to go away because we'll have destroyed it. I think this is the wrong time to just say no to this. Maybe it's something we want to retain and take a longer look at it instead of just saying no. So I'll be voting against this motion, and we'll hopefully we'll be able to retain this bill, maybe work on it a little bit more. We need to do something. We just can't say that because people want to enjoy themselves, the heck with the environment, let's just let it be destroyed because heck, you know, people are having fun destroying the environment.
Representative Post.
Representative Post for the first time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the ITL, and this is why. When you look up ballast, anyone can add ballast to a boat. So how can you define that? How will they know whether it's a cooler placed in a certain, you know, filled to the brim with heavy weight to make that effect? And I think that puts a real onus on Fish and Game or whoever has to follow, you know, these boats to decide. And somebody might inadvertently have a cooler on one side that all of a sudden now they're being charged with something because, or given a fine because they have a wake boat. And so I feel like this definition is not well grounded. And I think it doesn't include just one class of boat like a jet ski. This includes all boats because everybody can modify to be a ballast. So I support ITM.
Representative Heighton for the first time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to follow on Representative Post, I'm just reading the bill, what it says. It says, any boat that is equipped with ballast tanks, bags, compartments, etc., that are designed to alter or enhance the characteristics of the boat's wake. So the way I read this, my kayak with a cooler in the back could alter the wake of my kayak and then fall under this definition. And so I just think that it's not making a lot of sense to me the way I read it. I don't know how I would apply that across the board.
No other person for the first time. Representative.
Stand by. Sir, you have Representative Kelly and Representative Harb for the first time.
All right, Representative Harb for the first time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo some of the comments of my fellow representatives about the definition being expansive, but I also want to say that I was persuaded by the hundreds of emails I got from boaters that suggested we ought to look into more education. And I'd like to see us figure out how can we do that for the people that do have what I would consider a wake boat, rather than setting a definition. So I will be supporting ITL. Thank you.
Representative Kelly first.
Is the second. All right, Representative Dunsky for the second time, followed by Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I much like Representative Harb, I just want to follow up on what he stated. I want the committee to recall we had over 1,200 in opposition that signed in on the bill originally, and about 130, 135 that were supporting the bill. So it was over 10 to 1 when we first heard this bill in opposition. There's been many discussion about this this is a definition, and I heard restrictions, maybe some changes, slight changes. This is just, as I said in the past, this is the camel's nose under the tent. I don't think this is necessary. As Representative Harb had mentioned about education, there is an education program that the industry has been working on diligently called Wake Responsibly. The industry, local marinas, along with Marine Patrol, to develop a campaign to educate boaters. I talked about education because I talked with several individuals, including people that are on this bill. They laughed when I talked about education. Like, are you kidding me? You think education is going to work? And I think that's wrong. Education does work. It's proven in many areas throughout the state where it has worked. And I think we should be focusing more on the education of the voter instead of the legislation.
So you have Representative Kelly, Representative Spang, and Representative Post.
All right, Representative Kelly, followed by Representative Spang, and by Representative Post for the second time. Representative Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I guess, is I'm a freshman rep, so I'm still unclear. Would voting for a motion of ITL mean that we are unable to examine a new definition in the next 2 years? I guess my concern is, like, I believe that this definition is wrong, just like Representative Creighton said. I think that it needs to be flushed out more, but I would like to do that. And I just don't know if an ITL motion would mean that we couldn't examine it further down the line.
What an ITL motion basically does is an expedient to legislate. If that is passed by the House, then it would ostensibly be dead. However, a bill similar to this, another bill can come forward in the second year if there's enough significant difference that as long as you pass that muster, there could be a similar bill passed, a similar bill brought before this committee. And in fact, I've seen it done. A lot of it depends on the speaker and maybe the chair of this committee. Beyond that, have I answered your question?
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Spang, followed by Representative Post for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, in response to Representative Kelly's
I
question.
can't quite hear you. Is everybody here well, or is it just me?
Nope.
Okay.
Talk louder.
How's this? Okay. In response to Representative Kelly's comment, if we vote down the ITL, we could offer an alternative motion, which would be to refer for interim study. And then that would give us the opportunity to do what he is talking about doing.
No. Interim study is only allowed for second year.
I'm sorry, I mean retain.
Okay.
So if we turn down the ITL, we can make a motion to retain the bill, and then we would be able to study some of the issues that Representative Kelly is talking about. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say this, but I am really disturbed by the committee getting thousands of letters commenting on a bill with misinformation or with a misunderstanding of what the bill does. We're going to be seeing another bill later where that is being a problem, where we have interest groups who get people to write in opposition to a bill with information that is not true. In this instance, I think it's very obvious that that we are taking a bill and projecting what might happen in the future, which is always a poor way to do our legislation. We can take this definition, and clearly the definition could not apply to a kayak because you wouldn't be putting a cooler in to increase the wake. But if there is a problem with the wording of the definition, then I think that Representative Kelly's solution is where we should be going with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Post for the second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo Representative Dunsky's position that education works. And I will say that because we all wear our seatbelts, we wear ski helmets, we wear bike helmets. Most of these were never mandated before we all started using them for our own safety and knowing that these were good things. And I think when you educate the boating industry on what happens with excessive ballast, will work because people want to continue using our waterways. And I think if they, that's a good solution without legislation.
Anyone else?
So there are no further hands up.
Okay. Chair would like to speak only for.
I'm sorry, Representative Cohen just raised his hand.
All right, Representative Cohen, go right ahead.
Yes, quick question, just for clarification from you. Could you please explain exactly what the procedure would be if we wanted to offer a motion to retain this bill? Do we need to?
You have to, the ITL has to be defeated.
ITL has to be defeated.
Right. In other words, the ITL would have to be defeated. Then you could someone could bring forth a motion to retain.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. I would like to speak on the bill, the chair's privilege. I am going to support the motion for basic reason. The bill is fundamentally flawed and is a lot of overreach. The issues that we're facing on this is not so much the vote as it is the enforcement. There are other issues. There are important issues that we should take and I feel that the chair will commit to work to put together an ad hoc committee in this committee, an ad hoc committee to be able to examine some of the issues that need correction, and especially in the area of enforcement and in the area of education. But these things have to be legislative scalpels, not hammers. And this is a legislative hammer. So right now, this bill, I've been convinced that it has put a cloud over the use of a whole lot of boats for sales in the state. And I don't think we want that. I think what we want to do is to have precise bills to fix and correct precise issues. So I will be supporting the ITL, but I also, as I say, I will be committing to push forth amongst this committee an ad hoc effort to be able to put forth bills from members of this committee for the second year that will correct certain issues, or will attempt to correct the issues around wake boats. With that, I will, as there be no further questions, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion of ITL inexpedient to legislate?
Thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Representative Creighton votes yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
I didn't.
Representative Smith, you're on mute.
Still on mute.
Still on mute.
Still on mute.
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Smith votes no, but Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes no.
Representative Spang votes no. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes no.
Representative Grassi votes no. Representative Gottling?
Representative Gottling votes no.
Representative Gottling votes no. Representative Cohen?
Representative Cohen votes no.
Cohen votes no. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes no.
Representative Connors votes no. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes no.
Vale votes no. Representative Kelly?
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran?
Representative Moran votes yes.
Representative Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey?
Representative Dutsey votes no.
Representative Dutsey votes no. And the chair?
Votes yes.
The chair votes yes. Okay, that's 11. 13 gays and 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 nays. Motion passes.
Will there be a minority report?
I'll figure that out.
Uh,
Either it'll be me or someone else.
But there will be a minority report.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so right now, the minority report, yes. And you will get back to me with who will do it.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And for a majority report will be the Representative Gunsky. Okay, thank you very much. We have no time to continue the executive session, so I call the executive session close, and we will pick it up again after we finish House Bill 446, which we will have at 1 o'clock. Right now, we're let's see, we've got 1 minute, and we'll be into House Bill 379. If anybody wants to get up and stretch.
97.
Excuse me, it's my dyslexia again. 397. Let's keep it out of my glasses.
Representative
I
Bozick.
just, sorry,
Yes.
I just had a screen freeze. I wanted to check and see, because I had a screen freeze before on the first vote on, that we had.
Who's that? Who's that?
Representative Post.
Representative, got a freeze screen?
Freeze, freeze,
Screen
freeze.
Screen freeze. Can I get the numbers?
That's all.
Can I get the numbers from the first vote?
The first vote?
Yes.
The vote was unanimous.
Unanimous.
21.
It was unanimous. Okay. I had a screen freeze then too. Thank you.
I'll tell you, if you have a screen freeze, sometimes just turning off your video will help, because sometimes it's maybe your bandwidth. And by having video, you're using a lot of bandwidth. So just turn your
Okay.
video off and it usually helps.
Thank you.
All right. He just stepped out. That'll let me a chance to give everybody a chance to breathe a little bit.
Have some coffee.
And then we'll start off on 397. There are some 397 bills over there, the 397 amendments. I've got my own.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they are. These are total 397 amendments.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh.
But also, I also sent it out.
You also sent it out,
Sent it out, yes.
397.
Yeah, amendment.
Oh, okay. How Representative Pearl?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got
There
him
is
to
one
email
over
me
there, too.
his, so I have that here.
All right.
So I was confused. I asked him why the verbiage was so strange. Just just allowing nonprofits.
You notice the change.
Yeah, so that was good.
Yeah, Dr.
What knee is it?
It's arthritis. Cerebral cartilage. So it's a matter of time.
Thank you very much for the information. That's not good. So then you're gonna have new ones knocked in there
I
eventually.
think November.
Okay, all right, let's, why don't we get started then? All right, I'm gonna call the hearing to order for House Bill 397 relative to permitting fees under the Shoreland Protection Act. Is Representative Pearl available?
Yes, sir.
Representative Pearl, are you there?
He's coming up. There you go.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
You there, are you? You know the drill as far as name, address, phone number. No, not, you know what you want other people to say in front of your committee. Do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I freeze?
No.
All
Can
right.
you hear you?
My
Hear me?
internet's acting a little funny right this minute, so hopefully we're okay here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you right now. If you don't, we'll try.
All right, let's go with it.
Okay, go right. You're on.
I'm going to turn my video off if that's okay, because mine seems
Okay.
to be skipping.
All right. Why don't you turn it off then? That's fine.
All right, let's try that. All
Okay.
right. Well, good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Howard Pearl from Merrimack 26, representing the towns of Loudon, Bosquen, Canterbury, Northfield, and Franklin Ward 3. I am here today to introduce House Bill 397. And I sent you some notes with my talking points, so I won't cover all of it because I know you're always short for time, but I'll try and hit the points that I've highlighted in my testimony I sent forward. This bill reinstates a fee exemption that was in place until just 2 years ago when it was allowed to sunset. It's a pretty simple one-line bill, and I have an amendment that I'm going to introduce. And once I do, the amendment will state permits for projects solely funded by municipal, county, state, or federal entities shall be exempt from the permitting fees of paragraph 1. So I was approached by some of the municipalities and talking about the high fees that they have, which can run into the tens of thousands of dollars for these permits. And up until a couple of years ago, they were exempt from them until that exemption sunsetted. There was this bill or a similar bill that had some of this language, and it was in the Senate last year, Senate Bill 491, and it had gone through the Senate unanimously and became a victim of the pandemic, and so it did not end up coming through to the House. I know DES has had some concerns with this bill, but this would be consistent with other areas that they have exemptions on solid waste, such as facility permits for political subdivisions, sludge quality certification fees, and towns who haul their own sludge are exempt from fees. I think the most important point right now is the pandemic has certainly put a lot of municipalities in financial crunches, and reinstating this exemption for them would come at a really good time for any of them that have any of these projects that are moving forward. I want to note that the New Hampshire Municipal Association and the New Hampshire Water Works strongly support this legislation. And you'll be hearing from some of the other municipalities that will testify behind me. And I think probably most of the technical questions, they'll do very well answering, more so than myself. I guess I'd like to talk about the amendment here just quickly at this point. So I emailed it to the whole committee, and that is Amendment 2021-0579H. And all this amendment does is simply removes the exemption for the nonprofits. I understand there was some concern in that area with some of the committee members about how broad that language was, and I agreed. I think the most important part at this point is we get that exemption back for the municipalities in the state or federal entities. So I would introduce this amendment, and again, it just simply removes those nonprofits from being in the exemption. I guess that's pretty much all that I really want to cover. And I appreciate the time of the committee, and I'll certainly answer any questions. And again, if you've got some real technical ones, I think I'll ask you to ask those of the folks that are going to testify behind me from municipalities.
Any questions of Representative Pearl?
So we have Representative Cohen with a question.
Representative Cohen for a question.
Representative Pearl, thank you very much for taking my question. Is there a financial impact with this amendment? I didn't see one. I didn't see amendment or the attachment.
There was not a fiscal note attached to it. That's correct.
Follow up, Mr. Chairperson?
Or follow up.
So why wasn't there? I'm not objecting to the bill. I'm just concerned on the impact on the state of the bill.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know why I guess no one asked for a fiscal note on it, and I'm not I don't know whether DES would have to ask for that, but usually when it goes through the process, they'll put one on if they feel it's necessary. So I guess they didn't see the need for one on this.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for the question.
Any other questions of Representative Pearl?
Sir, Representative Post.
Representative Post for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Pearl. I just wanted to confirm that, sorry, I'm having a brain freeze day in addition to my computer. I'm going to have to wait for a minute until my brain starts working again. I apologize.
So you have no further questions?
All right, we'll move on.
I'm sorry, Representative Spang just came up.
Representative Spang for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Just speak louder. I really can't hear you. You're gonna have to yell into your phone, into your.
Is this better?
Louder would be better.
Louder. I wonder if there's anything I can do to this computer to make it louder.
Representative Spang, I can hear you.
Okay, that's what matters.
Now suddenly we heard you. All right, continue.
Okay.
Louder.
Representative Pearl, maybe you can pass along what I'm saying to the chair. My question is, when I looked up the RSA that this is being embedded in, it seems to just relate to the permit by notification projects, right? Were you aware of that it doesn't apply to any of the other wetland permits?
Yeah, this is pretty narrow, actually, and it's done so intentionally, and it targets just the specific permits that we were looking to get exemptions from.
Okay, so following up, Mr. Chairman.
Or a follow-up.
Yeah, so, and maybe DES can confirm this. So these are the projects that have very minimal impacts. So the ones, I would think the ones that would be more expensive, with the more expensive permit fees, would not be included in this bill. Is that correct, Representative Pearl?
I think I'm actually going to defer you to DES to answer that question. You're going to get into an area that's a little bit beyond my technical knowledge. So rather than give you the wrong answer, I think I'll ask you to ask them that question.
Thank you, Representative.
Well, thank you for the question.
And Representative Post.
Representative Post for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I do have my question written down now. Representative Pearl, I wanted to know if you gave a sunset date when that happened, and is that possibly the reason why it didn't go for fiscal note, that it was recent?
I honestly don't know why it didn't go for a fiscal note. We did not put a sunset date on this. It did sunset 2 years ago. I guess that's something the committee could certainly consider if they wanted to add that to it, but I didn't feel it was necessary, so I didn't put one on. This is the exact language, by the way, that was in the RSA prior to its sunsetting. The original bill, now that we've removed the exemption for the nonprofits, then it'll be slightly different. But the original 397 that I put in was the original language that was in before.
May I do a follow-up?
Or follow-up?
Yes, do we know what it cost us in the past? Is there any accounting for that?
I think that would be a better question for DES, and I guess it would depend on what projects that were currently in the pipe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions?
No further questions, sir.
There being no other further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yep. Let's see. We have, well, I have, might as well go with Mr. Pelletier from representing the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services in opposition to the bill, testifying.
All right, so he's transferring.
Mr. Pelletier, are you there?
He's coming up.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I think we oppose the bill because of.
Mr. Pelletier, first of all, just say your name, your what would you represent, what
No, okay.
et cetera. I know, but some folks here don't.
Okay. Rainey Pelletier, I'm the Assistant Director of the Water Division at DES. And obviously Shoreland is one of the programs within the Water Division out of the 7 major bureaus that we have. So I'm here today. We spoke, did not support this bill because of the financial implications. I think philosophically the department opposed this because we thought it was somewhat inequitable for the normal resident or the developer or other folks to be paying a fee. And as you know, Chair Renzullo, the Shoreline program is totally fee funded. It's a fee for service program. And we felt that while public projects used to be exempted, and Representative Pearl, I do appreciate your amendment. I think that brings us some concern, less concern, if you will. One of the thoughts we had, now that you've brought forth that amendment, is maybe an approach might be, because of the fee structure is based on funding staffing so we can meet our statutory turnaround times. So that's why we have concern about when you get exemptions. I think I was asked one of the questions in 20 last year. We received $50,000 worth of fees from state and local municipalities. $22,000 of that fee was from DOT for a bridge project. So there is a fiscal impact, albeit it's not thousands, hundreds of thousands. It was a concern. So that's really the long and the short of it is. That's why we didn't support it, because we are fee-based, and that's what supports our staffing, which is critical to us because we have mandated turnaround times on applications. I certainly would be willing to take any questions or thoughts. I do have one thought though before I go away, is perhaps we can look at what Representative Pearl is presenting and maybe put a cap on those applications. There used to be a $3,750 cap on applications until 2018. That may be an approach that would take a little bit of the bang out of the lack of revenue. Just something to think about.
Representative Spang, sir.
Representative Spang for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Pelletier. You know, I'm very sympathetic to DES's increasingly dire circumstances fiscally. so I hate to ask this question, but is it a possibility that the fact that this applies only to PBN projects, which are ones that I would think would require less involvement, fewer resources from the agency, does that help to reduce the impact on your budget?
Representative Spang, I don't understand the bill to just deal with PBNs. Perhaps Representative Pearl could speak to that. If obviously PBNs are $400 per application, that is a significant difference than a $400 base fee and 20 cents per square foot. But again, I didn't understand this bill to just speak to PBNs.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at where in the RSA this is set, and it's at 483B5B, which is the section that is entirely devoted to PBNs. So I assumed that it was just relating to the 20 cents per square foot and the $200 or $400 base for the PBN projects.
No, I don't think, I think this bill as written applies to all shoreline applications, both PBN and standards. The 20 cents per square foot is not a PBN. A PBN fee is a flat $400.
Okay. I'm just looking at where it is in the RSAs. And it seems that that whole paragraph just relates to defining a PBN and talking about what is necessary in an application for a PBN, and then the fees. Representative, Mr. Pelletier, if the agency feels that a fiscal note is appropriate for this bill, is the agency unable to independently ask to prepare a fiscal note even if the OLS does not, or the committee does not?
Mr. Pelletier, are you there? Did you lost it?
He was there a second ago. Stand by.
He's fled. Maybe.
Stand by, he was there.
This is Mr. Pelletier's common reaction to me when I ask a question.
Okay, he's up.
Are you back, Mr. Pelletier?
It's everybody's common reaction to you, Judith.
Representative, Mr. Chairman, can you please gavel that man down?
What do you mean? Not me. Mr. Pelletier, are you there? I think he's having trouble.
He's up. He's ready.
Are you ready?
There he is.
He's still.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yep,
now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I keep getting a thing that says rejoin keeps coming up in front of me. So if I might, Chairman Renzulli, there's two parts to that question. The first part is on the shoreland fee. 483B5B is all permits, not just PBNs, just to add clarity to this.
Okay.
So as far as we're concerned, this bill applies to all shoreland applications. Secondly, the fiscal note generally comes over to us from administrative services when they look at a bill and determine that there is potential for fiscal impact to state, local, or county. We did not receive a fiscal note. As you can tell by the dialogue that's taken place here this morning, there is a fiscal part to this legislation, albeit it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars. But again, I like Representative Pearl's amendment. I think that makes sense. It makes it more equitable. And I guess I could certainly live with the other part of the bill, which talks about public benefit projects, if you will, municipalities and so forth. But I'd like the committee to entertain perhaps on those 4 applications that Representative Pearl has in the bill, that maybe we put a statutory cap, which used to be there prior to 2018 of $3,750. It does take more of the sting out of the fee loss, but I think that would be, I feel pretty comfortable with that being a good compromise for the agency.
Right. And a follow-up, I don't know whether this is for Mr. Chairman or Mr. Pelletier.
Follow-up.
Thank you. Would this require that we retain the bill in order to work out that compromise language?
If someone decides to bring an amendment to the amendment, or someone, in other words, take amendment 0579H and adding a statutory cap to it of, what did you say,
50.
3750?
Yep, that used to be the cap.
And that could be taken up in the afternoon executive session. It would require someone to call OLS up the OLS to get that drafted and sent to us. Is anybody ready to do that?
So you have Representative Pearl.
Representative Pearl has his hand up.
Representative Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If that is the will of the committee, I would be more than willing to take that to OLS and have it done for you.
Why don't I just take just a general consensus, not a vote, but a general consensus of the committee.
So you have 2 hands up, Smith and Post.
All right, Representative Smith? Did you? Can't hear, you're on mute.
I was going to suggest that because so much new information has come into light, such as what the bill actually applies to, a possible cap, taking out nonprofits, I'd be questioning why is the federal government in there getting a pass? That I think that's a lot of stuff to put into an amendment, a fast turnaround amendment, and I would think it'd be more beneficial to retain the bill, but that's going to come up later.
Representative Post.
Representative Post for a comment.
Yes, thank you. This is actually a question. I'm a newbie and I do not know what PBN is. Can anyone answer that?
Everybody.
Maybe
Permit
Mr.
by
Pelletier, permit, did you explain permit by notification for representative?
Yeah, a PBN is can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Permit by notification is a fee that is a one flat fee of $400 for projects that aren't major in impact. And those are somewhat common for projects that are under 1,500 square feet of impact. So it's a process that's used readily.
Follow up, please.
Representative Harb has his hand up.
Representative Harb?
I think she had a follow.
Oh, do you have a Representative Post? Did you have a follow-up?
Yes, I just wanted to know if it pertained specifically to the shoreline.
Yeah. The shoreland program involves any activity that's taking place from the mean high water mark back 250 feet from the shoreline. That is what the Shoreline or the Water Quality Act has regulations on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And you've got Harb, followed by Spain and Cohen.
Representative Harb?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on Representative Smith, even with the cap, I would be concerned about what is the fiscal impact even with that cap, since it's a fee-based operation. So I'd be asking for a fiscal note on it. I think maybe retaining might be the best thing because I appreciate the potential exemption of cutting out the federal government being free from any permits. Thank you.
And expansion.
Representative Spang for a second or third time.
I believe it's the 5th.
Oh, that's what I figured. I ran out of fingers. Go right ahead.
My question is, I'm intrigued by the idea of not letting the federal government off the hook. And I'm wondering what the fiscal impact would be. I think you've said that the DOT, but that's state. But what would be the impact if we were to not exempt the federal projects? And then my question would be to the chair whether the committee would agree to slipping that into our amendment also to remove the exemption for the federal projects. And maybe Mr. Pelletier can help me with that.
Committee can do a lot. At what point does it become cumbersome? First of all, if the committee is demanding a fiscal note, that doesn't happen today. The committee has to vote on that. It would have to go to have to be submitted to the office in order to get the fiscal note. And there are the other things we can work on, but if we continue to keep finding stuff or keep asking for stuff, eventually it becomes unworkable for an amendment today. So, but right now we're in a position to amend to, you could amend to the amount of money, the 3750 fairly readily. But now if you want to discuss federal entities and if you want to discuss other issues, then it becomes more cumbersome. So just be aware, we are going to do something with this bill today.
So Mr. Pelletier and Representative Pearl both have their hands up.
All right. Mr. Pearl, Representative Pearl first, is your bill. Yes.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to make sure if I'm clear. I would have no issue amending the bill with the 3750 cap and removing the feds. I really think I don't disagree with the sentiment that's been raised. I think the municipal, county, and state is the most important parts of this bill. And so I would be more than willing to do that. I will throw in, I had a bill in my committee where I was in a similar situation to yourself, that I reached out to Mr. Alaconis to request a fiscal note. I was informed that I was not able to get one until it had passed the House to get a revised fiscal note. Okay. So I will just throw that information in there, all right, if that helps the committee.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, do you want me to go forward with an amendment with the 3750 cap and removing the federal part?
Well, we'll see where we go from here. Mr. Pelletier. Okay.
Yeah, I just, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just like to note, I think it's refreshing to see Representative Pearl be willing to make those changes. I also will say that at this point, I believe it's important if this bill does pass. We do have municipal projects coming up on the deck. We also have DOT projects coming up on the deck. I think with the cap, that makes it more palatable for us. I would advocate that the committee entertain Representative Pearl's willingness to put in those amendments. But candidly, I don't think a fiscal note's necessary now that we've gone through this dialogue and talked about applications fees. As I said, last year, 20 and 20, there was $50,000 worth of revenue. Again, 22,000 of that was with DOT projects. But I think the department would feel comfortable with an amendment as proposed by Representative Pearl, and I do thank him for his willingness to move forward in that approach. So I would advocate that if the committee can find comfort in this, that I think it would be prudent if the bill were to move forward.
I'm going to ask for a sense of the committee. This will not be a vote, but I just need a kind of a general consensus that we ask Representative Pearl to come back to improve his amendment of the 579H and add the statutory cap and add and remove the federal projects. Anything else? Anybody?
That was it.
I think I'm getting a sense.
Grassy's up, Gotling is up, Gould is up, Harb is up.
Okay.
Cohen is down and has his hand raised.
That's right.
Post is up. Yeah.
Representative Cohen, you have an issue that.
My issue is I would like to wait and get a financial impact statement if possible. I'm not objecting to Representative Moffat's suggestions. I just would be more comfortable waiting and getting the financial impact with the changes, so he doesn't have to go crazy doing it today. And then I ask the same question with information this afternoon.
Well, here's what will have to happen if we do that. We will have to have another meeting later on, and this would be the only bill, so everybody will have to show up a week from today. And it may not even be available then. So, so the only other choice would be that we would retain the bill, and it would not become law until after the first of the year.
You got Grassy and Watson.
Representative Grassy, followed by Representative Harb.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that if we do pass this, certainly with the concern that we want to see a fiscal analysis done, fiscal impact of this bill, this will go to the Senate. And they can get that information and deal with it there as far as the budget's concerned.
That is very true. Thank you very much, Representative Grassy. Representative
Harb.
Representative Harb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps having the representative go for the amendment, maybe during the break, Mr. Pelletier can go find out how many, because he might have a record of how much money went over that cap on even last year's applications. He should be, maybe he might be able to just tell us that and come back this afternoon and give us that number.
Representative, you're actually Representative Mr. Pelletier. You're actually almost like Representative Pelletier. You've been here longer than most of us. Did you hear Representative Harb's?
I did hear that. Like I said, last year the fees were $50,000. And we can do the simple math to figure that out. The DOT one was the biggie, which was 22,000. That would be gone from 22 to 3750 if this were implemented. I also want to caution that I think when you look at the exemptions, they're based on funding source. And I do have concern, and I can check further into this, but I do have concern that if we strike the federal projects out of Representative Pearl's amendment, that may impact DOT because many of their projects are federally funded. So I would have that would concern me right off the bat. I don't think it's going to be a big fiscal impact if we leave the federal part in that amendment. But I caution the committee that this exemption is based on funding, and a large or the lion's share of projects in DOT are federally funded. So that would be a concern for me on its first blush.
To Representative Grassy.
Yeah, Representative Grassi.
Yeah, having been a city councilman at a local level, I know that we don't ever really have the federal government coming in and doing projects unless it's an Army Corps thing for, flooding purposes or emergency purposes. But he's right. Most of our projects are federally funded when we do a lot of these big projects. So that it may be that it's an unintended consequence, but the local community pays a portion of those funds. And if we have to pay those fees, it's going to have a major impact on the local community. So it's probably not something, it certainly wasn't something we were considering, but I would agree. I don't think we should exempt the federal projects.
So you have a question from the two panelists.
Okay, who?
We have attendee Kevin Nyan.
He's from the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
Mr. Nyan, could you come up? Could you come forward?
Stand by. He's coming. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nyan, you're the DOT representative, correct? Well, why don't you, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Kevin Nyan. I manage the environmental office here at the DOT. If it's okay with the chair, turning on my video would take moving around some computers.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Fine the way you go.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo or actually appreciate the comments offered by Mr. Pelletier from DES that certainly exempting federal projects would have an effect on the department, or not exempting the federal projects. And to Mr. Pelletier's point, the project that he was referring to, which was the $20,000 plus project, was in fact a federal aid project. So I guess that would be my comments, is to express appreciation for that sentiment, and be prior to the sunsetting of the statute. It is true that we did not pay permitting fees for shoreline permits, and any amendment that would cap that at the $3,750 would be appreciated. So that's all. I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Pelletier's got his hand up.
All right, Mr. Pelletier, I'll recognize
Yeah,
you.
just if I could speak quickly, I should have said this earlier. To my knowledge, and as you know, Representative, this is year 49 for me at DES, so I go back a long way. But to my knowledge, there's been only one actual federal application since the inception of the Shoreland program. All of the other source fundings were mostly with DOT. So I want to reiterate, I think it would be prudent to leave that in Representative Pearl's amendment. Thank you.
So really, what we are talking about for an amendment to the amendment would be a statutory cap of $3,750. Everybody agree to that? Any issues that we
Sure.
send?
Morgan's got his thumbs up.
We send.
Donald's got her thumbs up.
Yep. Everybody. So we can send Representative.
So
Pearl.
Representative Smith, I'm sorry, Representative Smith and Pearl both have their hands up.
All right, Representative Smith first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. All of a sudden, I feel like I've lost my knowledge here. If we are exempting projects funded by municipal, county, state, or federal entities, they're exempt from the fees. So what's the statutory cap going to do? And that's probably a question for Mr. Pelletier. If they're not paying a fee, why is there a cap on the fee? Unless it's two different things completely.
Mr. Pelletier, can you help us with that? Whereabouts does the statutory cap go? Just caps on top of every fee?
He's muted.
Mr. Pelletier?
Yeah, here I am.
Yep.
They're exempt from the fee, and I guess we'd have to think about wordsmithing that. But the intent was that they would still apply for an application, but the fee would be capped at $3,750. So I'm sure, I trust Representative Pearl talking with OLS can figure out the appropriate language that perhaps exemption isn't the word that should be in the sentence, but the intent here, I think, that I'm advocating for is that they would submit an application, but the fee would be capped at $3,750.
Representative Pearl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that was pretty much the question I was going to ask is, so the cap is actually capping them not to exceed 3750. I just wanted to make sure I understood. And we are leaving the feds in still, correct?
Representative Post.
Your question answered?
I'm sorry, I froze for just a second. My apologies. I turned my video back off. Try it again.
All right, you understand what's being asked.
So we want to cap it so that statutorily their fees will not exceed 3750, and we're leaving the federals in the exemption. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will take that to OLS and get it done.
Wait a minute. Don't leave yet.
All right, wait a minute. All right, Representative Smith, this is.
Yeah, this is a follow-up to that. So if we are capping the fee that could be paid, then it's not an exemption. You know, it would be permits costs of permits shall be capped at $3,750, not exempt from permitting fees, because they wouldn't be exempt. They would just get much reduced rates. Is that correct? I think that's what we're talking about.
Is that question for me? I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
It's probably.
This is Representative Pearl.
Yeah, it's a question for anybody.
Well, it's actually a question probably for Mr. Pelletier.
Here I am again.
Okay, the question is it is not an exemption, it's a capping of the fee. They pay $3,750, but no more than that.
Yes, I think Representative Pearl hit the nail right on the head. The word exemption has to go away, but the wordsmithing of the applications for those four entities would be capped at $3,750. I think Representative Smith, and I'm sure Judith was going to say the same thing. So cap makes sense.
Cap that.
Representative Spain and Post.
Representative Post and Representative Spain.
Yes, I think if you just say this bill caps the fees at $3,750 for municipal, county, state, and federal projects from permitting, I think that fixes it.
All right, Representative Spain.
Thank you. I think we've hit one nail on the head, so I've got to get you another nail. What is going to be happening with our desire to take out the nonprofit organizations? Is that going to also be taken out of?
That disappears. The amendment replaces the nonprofit organizations.
Okay, so that will remain, that we're taking that out, and then we're adding the cap, and then Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle.
All right, well,
So there are no further questions.
no further questions. Are we ready then to send Representative Pearl out to make the required changes? And Representative Pearl, you know which changes you're going to have to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I do.
Okay. I'm glad one of us is.
We have thumbs up from Grassi and published in Oregon.
All right.
Just one quick thing.
Yes.
Just for clarification, costs of permit fees shall be capped at $3,750 per permit or per applicant?
I think per permit, correct? Correct, Mr. Pelletier, it's per permit, correct?
Per application. The application fee would be capped at $37.50.
Per application.
Thank you.
So get a big application in. Don't do little ones, do one big. All right. Representative Pearl, can you, I think you can be off and make your phone call and see what you can do. Hopefully something gets back to us by at least by 2 o'clock at least. If possible.
All right, thank you. That was going to be my next question, what your timing was. So I will reach out to OLS, see if I can get this taken care of. Thank you.
We're gonna continue our executing after 2 o'clock.
Okay, I'll try and make sure they have that. Thank you.
Yep. 2 o'clock would be the drop dead date. We should be still in executive by then. All right. I think it's time that I'm gonna end this executive session. We'll pick it up executive session after we're going to have at 1 o'clock we're hearing 446 and 2 o'clock we're into executive session, and this will be the first part of that'll be picked up after 2 o'clock. So I'll end the meeting. I'll adjourn and
Mr. Chair,
yes.
do we have other people wishing to speak on this bill?
You're right, we do. No, good point. Well, there were actually the only people, the only other person who wished to speak was Darlene Forst.
Well, Jason Randall with his hands up in the audience.
Oh, okay. I didn't, first I'll recognize Darlene Forst if she wishes to speak. Is she there?
She's there, stand by.
And now I want to see if she disagrees with her boss.
All right, she's ready.
How about now?
Okay,
Okay.
yep.
Sorry, for some reason, as soon as you tried to unmute me, it booted me out and said rejoining. So it may be something about how you're unmuting people. That said, this is Darlene Forst, Shoreland Section Supervisor with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And I really didn't want to speak. I was told to be here as technical expertise just in case anybody had questions. So I don't need to say anything else. Sounds like you guys are all over it.
Just this was our list says testifying 2 minutes.
Oh, no, I just was told to make myself available. So if you had questions, I would have answered them.
Oh, very good.
Jason
Thank you.
Randall has his hand up, sir. Jason Randall.
Jason Randall, are you there? Well, you're not on our list, but go right ahead. Will you identify yourself, who you represent, town that you're in, or town that where you live, and then the floor will be yours, and make it, well.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, speak loud.
Chair Rizzulo and committee members, my name is Jason Randall. I am the superintendent at Plymouth Village Water and Sewer District in Plymouth, New Hampshire. I'm speaking today in favor of the bill 397 on the shoreline protection exemption for municipalities, village districts, and precincts. A little bit of background. The district started planning and financing a sewer force main replacement project in 2017 and 2018. At the time, RSA 483 B5 B3 exempted public utility lines from the shoreline permitting fees until it sunsetted, like it was recognized earlier. This reversal created a surprise impact fee on this project for the district of approximately $30,000 to $35,000. This was in 2020, so I know that's one of the projects that wasn't brought up earlier because we have reached out to DES to request a waiver. The waiver for that project was denied twice by DES. And we asked for, the second time, I believe we asked for the project to be considered a permit by notification project, which would have included a $400 fee. That was also denied. We did have reach out to Executive Counselor Cryans, and he interceded on the district's behalf to help get a waiver for the project. So ultimately, DES had approved a waiver for the permit. So that $35,000 fee went to a $400 fee for the district. The project, the DES considered the project a new utility due to a change in the alignment of the existing force main and temporary disturbances abutting the Baker River. The district believed that the construction work was an important improvement to an existing utility, and the alignment needed to change to allow for maintenance of the force main following construction. So I think this is kind of the difference that I don't believe was brought up in regard to a new project versus an existing utility that would allow a municipality to apply for a permit by notification and essentially be exempt of the impact fees that would come with a new project permit. So the moving forward, if the amendment is not passed for an exemption, the district will also face significant shoreline permit fees in the next few years, ranging between $15,000 and $25,000 for several water and sewer infrastructure projects that are federally funded through the USDA Rural Development, the state drinking water and clean water SRF funds, as well as the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund. So these fees will essentially be paid back to the state using funds from the state and the federal government. Small utility operations like ours struggle with maintaining affordability in the face of increasing requirements and the huge cost of maintaining and upgrading aging infrastructure. The state imposed fees only add to the seemingly insurmountable financial challenges of providing the potable water and treatment of wastewater that is essential to public health and safety in every New Hampshire community. Thank you for your time and consideration in passing the House Bill 397.
Any questions from Mr. Randall? Or Mr. Randall?
No, sir. You have no further requests.
All right, thank you very much. And there are no further requests?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll pick up the hearing on after 2 p.m. Alice and I will recess now. Pardon?
Until 1.
Until 1 o'clock.
And we're going on mute.
Yep. Start with House Bill 46.
You're going to mute.
Okay.
You're not on mute yet. You're not on mute. We're off mute.
Just don't break my gap.
We're going to open the hearing for House Bill 446. And the chair recognizes Representative Ronzullo, the bill's prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last session, this committee struggled with the impacts of off-highway recreational vehicles on residents living where these vehicles are used. It is understood that these vehicles are part of an economic revival in some parts of the state. They are here to stay. But where is the line between their use and their impact on those living in the area? In the course of the committee's investigations, we saw some things that concerned us. One thing that concerned this representative was that the use of large off-road recreational vehicles were we observed on a Class 6 road with the alleged tacit approval of local authorities. Since the people on a Class 6 road now have to pay for the road upkeep, should there be some protection or restitution for damage to the road of these vehicles? That's a good question, but there's no good answer. As the Transportation Committee was forming a commission to study the road usage of non-traditional motor vehicles, and that roads, including Class 6 roads, came under their jurisdiction, two resource and recreation development reps were added to the commission, along with the charge that the commission shall study the on-road usage of non-traditional motor vehicles, such as all-terrain vehicles and golf carts. Unfortunately, the commission has only met twice and appears to have fallen victim to COVID. While I still have hopes for the commission, I wanted to hedge my bet. This bill proposes a bipartisan legislative committee composed of members from the three committees that should have a say on this issue. Transportation knows roads, municipal and county knows zoning and land uses, and resources knows OHRVs. We might then be able to view all aspects of allowing the recreational use, view all the aspects of the allowing of recreational uses on public roads. The present commission is still in place, and I hope will be up and running soon. As such, I would ask that the committee to please hold this bill in abeyance by retaining it. Should the present commission falter or fall short, we will have a vehicle to further address this issues, and I think that's all I need to say.
Are there any questions from the committee members for Representative Ronzullo?
I see no questions.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker. Jason Stock. Associations.
Yep. He's coming on.
Okay.
He's good.
Okay, the chair recognizes Jason Stock to speak, I shall hear in support of HB 446.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you. For the record, this is Jason Stock. I'm the executive director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and I'm pleased to wanted to testify in support of this. I do understand the circumstances around the sponsor's request to retain it, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to raise two points on the whole concept of OHRV use on public roads, class 5 and class 6. I hear regularly from my members kind of two overlying concerns, and I just wanted to get this in the record. And as this, should this committee move forward, hope these would be considerations that they would look at. One is, the use of these roads by the landowners of the properties adjacent to those roads. They are use of them for actually work, and landowners using OHRVs to travel on these roads. Our hope would be that, that there would not be anything that would, come out of this process that would restrict or curtail that type of activity. OHRVs are incredibly useful tools for forest management. They enable landowners and land managers to access back parts of their property with the necessary tools and instruments they need. And we would hate to see that, curtailed. The second is, on the other hand, OHRV use, I've been following this subject in your committee for the last several years. You hear a lot about the impacts on neighbors, noise, dust, etc. But the other impact is, and the sponsor had mentioned it, damage to the roads. As landowners will go into we'll have to use a class 6 road to access a property to go in and harvest timber, because the town is not obligated to invest in it. The landowners that are conducting the timber sale are investing it, and it can become very frustrating to see that investment literally washed away due to rutting and inappropriate use. So I just wanted to raise these 2 points. I look forward to the commission that is currently on hold. Looking forward to seeing that up and operational. But I appreciate your time this afternoon, and I just wanted to get these 2 thoughts or concepts out there, and look forward to working with you on this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stock, for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Stock by the committee members?
Mr. Chairman, I see no question.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Stephen Wilkie to talk in opposition to HB 446.
Okay, let's come.
Hi, Mr. Wilkie, could you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Stephen Wilkie. I'm the operations manager for New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association.
Speak up, Mr. Wilkie.
Hello?
Yeah, you're coming in really faint.
All right.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. I hate to tell you to yell at your computer, but I think you may have to.
Hello, can you hear me now?
That's much better.
Okay, all right. My name is Stephen Wilkie. I'm the operations manager for New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association. We represent all the OHRV enthusiasts in New Hampshire, and we're made up of 28 member clubs and 14,000 members strong. HB 1182, the study commission, NOVA has a seat on that commission, and as the sponsor stated, was off to a slow start because of COVID. But I have faith that once that gets moving, information about this will start flowing, and some good ideas will come out of that. In 2019, this legislature passed a bill to require 2-week notice by verified mail to all abutters for these class 5 and class 6 roads, and have a public hearing. Since that legislature, there have been towns like Stewartstown, North Stratford, Warner, Hinsdale and Monroe, New Hampshire, who have all closed down some or all of their roads to OHRVs for, mainly the reasons of neighbors complaining. In Gorham, the state has worked diligently to put in a new parking area up on Route 16. And now Gorham has requested to close the Route 2 parking area, which was a major point of contention a few years ago and actually spurred some legislation which failed. And it seems like that parking area may go back to the hikers who want to access the Presidential Trail and other hiking trails around with the new parking area up on Route 16. Some of the clubs have already put in new trails into woods and rerouted their trails off from Class 5 and some of the class roads in the hot spots. As far as maintaining the Class 6 and Class 5 roads, under the grant and aid program that is offered through Bureau of Trails, a local municipality can apply for these grant and aid requests. They can spend money on their Class 5 roads that they've opened up. And there's towns like Pittsburgh who the club has put calcium chloride on some of the dirt roads to keep down the dust. But municipalities often don't know this is a source of income that they could use to offset the cost of taking care of these roads if they open them to OHRVs. As far as the Class 6 roads, they can't put money towards. And so if a club gets permission to use that Class 6 road as a trail, now the club is eligible for grant and aid through the same grant and aid program to work on those roads. The local club I'm involved with just put over $10,000 worth of work in a short section of Class 6 roads between Cornish and Newport, which has not seen any work over the years and really needed some basic attention. This was all spurred through a cooperative program with the city of Claremont to protect the watershed, which we do have a couple of trails going through. As far as NOVA, the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association, as an association, they have created a trail patrol program to encourage clubs, which there are some clubs that already had trail patrols, but we're encouraging trail patrols in all clubs to get to these hot spots and try to educate the riders on what it takes to maintain these trails on the roads and on private property. It's no secret that the economic factor is there, but really the impact to everyone is really what is of most concern. And NOVA has worked on an education program also for those trail patrol people to hand out rack cards and encourage them to join clubs. Currently, we only have about a 40% percentage who join clubs versus don't join clubs. Most people who join the clubs are respectful of the trails. They understand what the clubs go through to put the trails out there. The people who don't join the clubs and just pay the extra $30, there's so many new riders that they just don't understand. And the last 4 or 5 years of growth, have shown that. So all this legislation over the last few years has really spurred a lot of positivity coming out of this in working with the neighbors and abutters that are unhappy. Grant and aid increased in 2018 due to the club membership program. And it used to be only about $330,000 went to the clubs to maintain trails. And last year they were awarded close to $700,000, which created almost $1 million worth of trail work last year. So the notion of thinking that these Class 6 roads are getting no attention can't be the furthest from the truth. And the work is actually being done as this money keeps coming in. And as our registration numbers grow, that grant and aid pool grows and more money goes to the trails supporting this sport that so many people enjoy. And that concludes the testimony. You know, this should illustrate that the current system is working and most municipalities are addressing the complaints and concerns of their residents.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilkie. Are there any questions from the members of the committee for Mr. Wilkie?
I see no, sir. Stand by, Representative Smith.
Representative Smith for a question, please. Can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilkie, for taking my question. You talk about the grant program, which I have heard of before. In visiting a few sites last year, it did not seem that the people who lived on the Class 6 roads or owned the property under the Class 6 road were aware of this. How does one apply for one of these grants and what is the process?
So the municipality themselves would need to apply for that. They would want to contact the Bureau of Trails in Concord. Lisa Meffert is the one who's in charge of the grant and aid system. There's currently a search out for a new chief of Bureau of Trails, who I would normally direct you to. The acting chief is Clint Savage, and that's all under Sarah Stewart, who has done a wonderful job working with all of the clubs in Nova through the loss of the chief.
Thank you.
Those rules are also found on the Bureau of Trails website. And they're the 8400 RES 8400 rules. And I will be submitting testimony on written testimony on Nova's behalf, along with supporting documentation, which should be coming your way today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Wilkie? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker.
I have one.
Chair recognizes William Collins to speak on House Bill 446.
Ms. Calvert.
Mr. Collins, if you could please just identify yourself, who you represent, and how much time you'll be taking.
He's muted.
You can unmute yourself, please, Mr. Collins.
Hello.
There you go.
I hear you.
Okay, my name is William Collins and I live in on North Road in Hillsborough on a Class 5 road.
Okay.
I worked with the committee a couple of years ago relative to toxic chemicals on the rail trails. Anyway, what I have to say today is that the committee is our only voice against our protection against the OHRV lobby, which is very powerful. And the only way we can get any redress on this and protect our constitutional rights, the Fifth Amendment, and to avoid inverse condemnation, is to have a committee that's going to come up with some regulations, that's RSAs, that's going to protect us from the increasing encroachment on our property, on our roads, and protect us from the stress related to noise, fumes, and dust, and they're specifically designed, AOHRVs are specifically designed for trails and really not designed for on roads, class 5 or class 6, because it results in erosion and other issues. The loss of peace and quiet due to OHRV noise is well documented, and the noise results in stress and the fumes are unhealthful. As the previous speaker mentioned, the increase in registrations is growing every year. And so the desire for operating in other areas by the operators grows every year because there's just so many trails for them to ride on. The state has spent thousands and thousands of dollars for the Jericho State Park area where they can ride, and that connects with numerous other trails throughout the northern part of the state. The southern part of the state is much more densely populated, even though I live on a class 5 road with only 4 immediate neighbors. We all relish our peace and quiet, and we cannot put a price on that. 3 years ago, a local club attempted to get permission to operate ATVs in Hillsborough. We formed a local committee. We hired an attorney, and we prepared to proceed if the selectmen had determined that they were going to allow that club to operate. We presented arguments, and the selectmen decided not to allow the club to operate because of all the opposition. We've had numerous hearings in Hillsborough, or not hearings, but meetings with the selectmen over ATV issues in town, and I'd say it's 99% negative because of the residents being upset by operators racing up and down roads, and the noise in general is really distasteful and disruptive. So, I'm not sure how many people are aware of the incident that happened in Gorham a few years ago when a retired orthopedic surgeon from South Dakota built his dream retirement home. And then a couple of years later, they opened up an adjacent trail and parking area near his house. And he opposed it, and they found out, and they proceeded to harass him to the point where a year later, he took his own life. And as a result of the OHRV operation immediately around his property and harassment by operators. So that's the kind of stress that they can induce. And I'm really in support of this bill, that the committee will come up with some kind of rational regulations and RSAs to prevent the encroachment on our rights the lobbying efforts of the OHRV is we need support by our representatives to protect us from that lobby, which is very powerful and successful. So a lot of as I understand it, a lot of the bills or regulations that were proposed years ago were repeatedly watered down over the last 10 years or so to the point where they were no longer effective. But, and most of as Mr. Wilkie stated, there's a lot of unhappy residents out there, and it resulted in regulations. So, and because people are basically fed up, and the towns are closing trails because of numerous complaints, because people just can't, they don't want to deal with the noise and fumes and dust. So basically, I see them as they're kind of like smokers. They really enjoy what they're doing with very little regard for the secondary effects of which was once upon a time secondhand smoke, but now we're dealing with people that are generating fumes, dust, and noise, and they really don't have any regard for the people that live on the roads where they go by. And so hopefully the committee will be formed and will come up with something constructive to protect residents and to support our rights under the Constitution. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I appreciate it, sir. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Collins? Chair recognizes Representative Freeman.
Yeah, Mr. Collins, I appreciate you coming on today. And I remember talking to you about this in detail last summer. It might be helpful if you could describe your front yard and the amount of traffic that goes in front of your front yard on a daily basis, especially on a weekend.
On the weekends, the normal vehicles, regular vehicle traffic increases dramatically on the weekends. Fortunately, through reports to the police, complaints to the police, they've been very helpful in keeping the ATVs down. But 4 years ago, the selectmen decided without talking to anyone else, consulting anyone, that they would allow the UTVs to operate on all the town roads, class 5 roads, and any road under 30 miles an hour, posted for under 30. So the traffic has been intermittent, but it can be annoying when 7 or 8 vehicles go by all at once. I would say on the weekends we might have 10 or 15 a day go by. This is OHRVs in my neighborhood, but on a regular basis, it is once the summer's over, it dwindles off to down to almost nothing. But right now we've kept them at bay because of our activities as a committee, but we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it from spreading. We want them to be kept on trails where they're designed to be. Right now, the selectmen are working on a bill, or not a bill, but a rule for an ordinance to limit OHRVs and their activities. I'm not privy to exactly where it is at this point, but they're waiting to have a hearing in June when residents that no longer that are not here in the wintertime will return to their summer homes, and so that they'll have input. So it's become an issue, and the selectmen are trying to address it. So as far as vehicles going by my house, in the summer there's probably a couple dozen a day, and but weekdays it's much lighter.
Thanks, sir.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Collins? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker. Chair recognizes Caleb Dobbins to speak on the bill.
Yeah, he's coming.
If you could just identify yourself, who you represent, and how much time you'll need.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Caleb Dobbins. I'm a resident of the town of Henniker. I'm speaking as a landowner in the town of Henniker and a private citizen of New Hampshire. Hopefully I can wrap this up within 5 minutes. I'd just like to comment. I understand you folks are discussing class 5 and class 6 roads. I'm going to probably limit all of my testimony specifically to class 6 roadways. They are very different than a class 5 roadway. I will note a few things. The gentleman from Nova noted that legislation has changed many things in the OHRV industry. All the more reason for you folks to have a committee and continue to look at this subject. There is effects that are happening, and the only reason these changes are happening is because the legislature is in fact actually looking at these things. So I applaud the legislature for willing to take these issues on. So just quickly on class 6 roads. Class 6 roads were originally designed simply to give folks who previously had access to properties. In 1925, the state decided what roads needed to stay truly public roads and which ones needed to remain open such that people who lived on that property could access the property. So that was 1925. It talks about being adverse. The public use must have been adverse, which means that the public has to have either claimed or believed they had a right to access that property. Okay, OHRVs were not created and were not in existence in New Hampshire until 1968. So clearly OHRV users do not have an adverse right to access the properties that they do not own. So the fact that towns have to give special permission to use these roadways for OHRVs, and it's really class 5 or 6, clearly the use of OHRVs is an unanticipated use of these roadways due to the need for a special permission. I will speak quickly on the maintenance and the liability relative to class 6 roadways. So right now, legislation allows a town to open up a Class 6 roadway for OHRV use. But as other folks have stated, the abutters are the ones that must maintain that. It had been noted that there was a grant and aid program that towns can access, and somehow that money goes to the clubs. I'm not a lawyer, but I would argue that would make the club as an agent of the town, because the town is the one who's granting the permission for the club to maintain that roadway, not the landowner. The landowner has no say in whether or not a Class 6 roadway that runs through their property, and they own that property, they have no say. They cannot say yes or no. They are only notified. So I would argue that any funds, any public funds, and that is what grant and aid is, it is state and federal funds that are expended on a Class 6 roadway, could very well and should revert that road to a Class 5 roadway, because public funds have been spent on that roadway, which will then change the classification from a Class 6 to a Class 5. Private landowners are taxed on this property. Okay, they can't even do things on this property that they would be able to do if it was a Class 5 roadway. Many mortgage companies won't even give you a mortgage if you want to build a house on a Class 6 roadway, because it's not a Class 5 roadway. It's a Class 6 roadway. It doesn't have the same maintenance that is required of a Class 5, because the town holds absolutely no liability or responsibility to maintain that in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, they do maintain it, it becomes a Class 5 roadway. OHRV statutes require a landowner's permission to use property. In this case, the property is the Class 6 landowner's property. The town only has a basically an easement through there that was granted in 1925. So in fact, OHRV folks should probably have to get permission from that landowner. I applaud again the commission, this committee for looking to form a study committee on this. I would suggest possibly a commission, but I understand that gets unwieldy, so I won't. And I'll just simply say that thank you for allowing the landowners on Class 6 roadways the possibility to take back control of their property rights. And if the town feels strongly enough that OHRVs need to be on that roadway, then they should seriously consider making it a Class 5 roadway, take over the maintenance responsibility, and allow those landowners to be able to develop that property that they cannot do now on a Class 6 roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Dobbins?
We have one question.
Recognize,
Representative Smith.
yep, recognize Representative Smith for a question. Nope, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dobbins. You don't by chance have your testimony written down, do you? Because I was madly writing everything you said and I missed most of it.
I could certainly forward the notes that I have that I was speaking over, and I will forward it to the committee as it explains in the legislature guides that are online.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Dobbins? Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. That was very informative. Appreciate it. Now. Awesome.
Monique, she's coming.
Okay, the chair recognizes Monique Petrosky to speak on the bill. You can just state your name, who you represent, and how much time you need to speak. That would be wonderful. Hello?
She needs to unmute.
Hi, this is Monique Petrosky. I'm not sure if I heard my name called or not.
Yep, you are on, Monique.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 446. And I did send in my notes to the email that I was given. So I'm Monique Petrovsky, and I'm from Stewartstown, New Hampshire. And I returned to this area after retiring from the U.S. Public Health Service as a captain after 29 years of service. And I include this information because I worked for the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institutes of Health in my career. And so I believe it's pertinent to my testimony on concern for the unhealthy effects of allowing OHRVs on class 5 and 6 roads. As Mr. Collins mentioned, the quality of life is greatly adversely affected. The noise decibels created by OHRVs exceed the WHO standard quality of life. In fact, they exceed the decibels found in snowmobiles. The year-round permanent homeowners' quality of life has been greatly diminished throughout the Ride the Wilds trail. The other concern is the dust or particulate matter, which is called PM10 and PM2.5, which alludes to the size of the dust. But that the dust created by these roads has known negative health effects. The state of Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation has done extensive studies on this. And although extensive studies haven't been done in New Hampshire, I would say that that's like saying we should do studies to see if smoking adversely affects us in New Hampshire. We know that it is having PM particles 10 and 2.5 are bad. They penetrate deep into the respiratory tract. Nuisance dust also degrades the quality of life because it settles and invades all living spaces, including windowsills inside the homes. That's how invasive the dust is. And of course, porches and barbecues are out of the question. I'm also concerned about the environmental effects of our roads. I grew up in northern New Hampshire, northern Vermont. So I've known the roads for over 60 years. And OHRVs, due to the knobby tires, are eroding the roads down to the ledge, contributing to erosion, extreme widening of the roads, and when it rains, they create huge puddles that the OHRVs in turn enjoy, where they use the opportunity to mud in the puddles on the roads, which means they'll go through as fast as they can, so they get splashed with the mud, which further exacerbates the erosion problem. The recommendation that from the studies from other states have been done in response to the dust and the noise and the erosion is rerouting traffic away from homes, off these roads, and truly not allowing them on roads where people live on. The third concern that I'd like to just talk about briefly is due to the erosion, roads that were once scenic and considered calendar photo worthy have been, as I mentioned, reduced to ledge, but they've now become impassable by car. I'm a fisherman, and I used to fish all of these streams. I can't even reach them by car anymore. And even if I could reach them by car, the dust and the noise from the OHRVs would make it such an unpleasant experience that I wouldn't want to. But I'm also concerned about the erosion and sometimes injudicious use of salt on the roads near the brooks that they're using. I did submit pictures at earlier hearings of how they're salting the roads, and it looked like snowfall and snowballs, and they were mere feet from brooks. The third thing that I'm concerned about, and I applaud the committee's, I applaud the Honorable Chairman Renzullu to look into this more clearly, is even the Coas Trail, which is now a hiking trail, which is 162 miles that goes through Coas, has had problems. On social media, hikers talk about the unpleasantness of hiking this trail, a very historic trail that actually began in 1803 following the Abenaki trails. And they're in the process of rerouting off of the class 5 and 6 roads because of how, well, when they have been harassed as well. So I feel what's happening by allowing OHRVs on class 5 and 6 roads is not only the quality of life, the environmental effects, the health effects, but I think we're self-selecting for a sport that's driving other people away, which I find very concerning. And I did look at some of the statistics. And for 2019, there was 159,000 hunting registrations. I'm sorry. For fishing, there was 159,000 registrations. For hunting, there was over 57,000. And registrations for OHRVs were 31,000. So to me, it hits me as a disproportionate of people being inconvenienced for a sport that actually we have much smaller numbers for. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out in support of what I consider a very important bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Petrowski. Appreciate your testimony. Is there any questions from the committee?
No questions.
Seeing none? Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on House Bill 446?
No one has their hands up.
Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 446. Just going to take a 5-minute break here. We wait for Chairman Lindsay.
No, we are. Okay, you're good.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to open up the executive session for House Bill 446. We'll open it up for any discussion. We'll start. Have any discussion or any questions or comments on House Bill 446? Representative Smith?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Are we making a motion first, or we're going to just discuss things first?
We can make a motion if, yeah, we can make a motion if somebody would like to make a motion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Hart.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we retain this bill.
And Representative Hart, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I listened to the prime sponsor, and I think there's a lot of issues that do need to be done to review these class 5, class 6, and the effects on the road. So I'm in favor of a committee, but I understand why the request to retain was made, so I'll support that request.
Okay, do we have a second on the motion to retain?
Second.
Who was that?
Representative Dodd, seconds.
Get my second.
Great. Need the vote?
Are there any discussion on the motion? Representative Cohen.
Mr. Chairperson, am I allowed to ask the sponsor a question at this point?
Yes, Representative Cohen, ask your question.
Representative or chair, however I address Chairperson Renzullo, because he's not the chair at this moment. So Representative Renzullo, based on what we've heard for testimony, would you recommend retain or opt to pass for this bill at this point?
Either one would do. The reason I said retain is because it's under our control. If you pass it, it ceases to be in our control.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so just follow on.
Yes, follow up.
Yes, thank you. I can support the Representative Harb's motion then at this point. No problem with it.
Smith.
Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In listening to the testimony, it reminded me again of just how important an issue this is to a lot of different people and how it's a longstanding issue. And I will support retain, and I really hope that we as a committee can take the time to do the study ourselves. I think we'd do a better job than any appointed committee, and I'm really concerned that that commission that is in shape that has already been formed, spearheaded by the Transportation Committee, because they have not even started to meet and their deadline is November, and this is one of many, many issues that they could choose to deal with. I think that we will do a better job of it, even if they do say they'll handle it.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I want to make this a quick comment also. I feel strongly also, Representative Smith, those are very good points. And I think, yes, the committee, this has been a hot issue for us for the last several years. And I think that suggestion is well taken. I think the committee itself, obviously several individuals on the committee are very familiar with the subject matter. And I think we could do a good job at least, getting the ball rolling on this particular subject matter. Any other questions from the committee?
I guess I do have one, and Representative Smith, I agree with your assessment. So I just procedurally, the motion on the table is to retain. If retain it, then nothing happens. If we pass it, then it goes through and then the committee is initiated. Is that, am I missing something?
We can work on the bill when it's retained by the committee.
You can work on the bill, but not the committee. The bill establishes a committee. So the committee isn't formed until the bill passes.
I'll refer to the prime sponsor.
The committee with this committee, as it can work on whatever it wants using the bill as a vehicle. The getting the involvement of the transportation or or the municipal and county would require the passing of the bill. But it would also require it be passed through the Senate and also be signed by the governor. So it wouldn't become law until probably until significant time. And so yes, so there are those are the two. That's what you're weighing.
I just wanted to understand
Yeah.
the ramifications of what the vote was.
Right. It keeps the bill in front of us and using it as a vehicle. If we passed it, it would be out of it would be into the Senate. So,
Mr. Chair. Bring your mic on.
oh, sorry. You're right. Absolutely true.
And you have Representative Spang.
Representative Spang. For a
Thank
question.
you.
Comment?
Thank you. I'm thinking that the reason for retaining is to then decide at the end of the period, like in November, whether we are going to refer or recommend it for further.
So, Representative Spang, we've lost your audio.
Okay, hold on a second.
We hear you
We
now.
hear you now.
Okay. Already, how are we doing now?
We have you now.
Okay, thanks. So the recommendation at the end of the period in November, after we finish with this bill, will be to either recommend it for further legislation or not. Is that correct?
No.
Me too. It would be for an
So what
occupancy.
would be the end game here when we finish with looking at this bill?
It would be Representative Spang for an ought to pass or an ITL at the end of the retained period.
If we decide so if we do an ought to pass, then it goes through the whole cycle again in order to set up this committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yeah. So in the meantime, what will we be doing and what will be the outcome of the work that we will be doing?
Well, it could be a number of things. Obviously, it could be moving this bill to an ought to pass. In our work as a committee, it could produce, obviously we could file new legislation based on findings,
Which we could do anyway.
which we could do anyways. That is correct.
Right. Okay.
You could also take the bill and gut it and put something else in its place.
True.
And you have Post and Representative Smith online.
Representative Post?
Yes, she is.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I am in support of retaining it. I'm working on it as a committee. I see a lot of families in our area, in our towns, surrounding towns that have these vehicles. And I just want to make sure we do a good job in researching before we start putting on restrictions on them.
Okay, thank you,
So
Representative.
thank you.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith.
Thank you. I was just going to say what Representative Renzullo just said is, which we can work on it, we can amend it. and then it goes to the floor in January with our recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to comment?
Representative Cohen.
Let's see, Representative Cohen?
Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry, I just need a little clarification. Let me ask my question of you and then see if you can answer it for me. If we vote to retain this bill and we do successfully retain the bill, when we work on it again, let's just say in November, if the other committee has done nothing as on class 5 and class 6 bills, can we, after we finish, while we're working on this bill, add an amendment that may affect the use of road class 5 or 6 bills and then vote on that as a committee for this amended to this bill?
Yes, we can, Representative. We can amend this bill with whatever language we feel is pertinent to the subject matter.
So, follow on?
Yes,
So,
your follow-up.
just an extreme case, if we decide that OHVR should be banned from class 5 and class 6 because of the work we did looking at when retained, we could put an amendment on this bill saying something to that effect?
That is correct, Representative.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much. And I will support the retain.
No further questions.
Any other questions or comments on House Bill 446? Okay, the motion is to retain. We will call the roll.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Representative Gunsky?
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould?
Representative Gould, yes.
Representative Gould, yes. Representative Horgan?
Yes.
Horgan, yes. Representative Harb?
Yes.
Harb, yes. Representative Creighton?
Creighton, yes.
Creighton, yes. Representative Dodge?
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy?
Yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville?
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post?
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative Spang?
Representative Spang votes yes.
Votes yes. Representative Grassi?
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling?
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen?
Yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly?
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran?
Representative Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutzy?
Representative Gutsy votes yes.
Dutzy votes yes. Chair Van Zulu?
Yes.
Van Zulu votes yes, and that's 21 yes, but the motion passes.
21-0.
Consent?
There's no mess, not just. there's no-
We don't need consent.
No, yeah, no write-up or no consent.
No. That's
Okay,
it.
I will hand the hammer back to Chairman Mazzullo.
All right, if we want to get into now. 397.
Yeah, it's
Representative Perler. Which one is that?
That's the amendment to 397.
There's two of them,
Yeah, I got them both. I can't-
67 and
I can't show them
69.
at the same. Oh, I can't.
Oh, well, would they be? Representative Pearl, are you there?
I don't see him.
maybe we can discuss them.
We actually can bring up Representative Kelly, I believe,
Yep, okay, Representative.
has had some involvement in this.
Yes, thank you.
Kelly, are you there? Yep.
I am.
All right.
I was trying to find the people kept mentioning the sunsetting of the old provision. I couldn't find where it was ever sunsetted. In fact, OLS is currently looking into, they haven't been able to find what chaptered law repealed the section that's in question. But I did find the last version of it that appeared in law from 2017. And so all I did was send that to Representative Pearl, the last version of section 3 of the RSA that actually had the language. I think that's his language. I think mine's probably down below. I can pull it up.
Hold on a second. I've got the other one, stand by.
So this, what's it, 609?
Is it 609 or 607?
609, I think, is Representative Pearl's.
They're both Pearls.
But it should have that one does not have the nonprofits.
Yeah, 607, I think 607 was the one that I sent. That was the original, that was the language that had been repealed in a previous bill. And it reads, applicants for the construction of public roads, public utility lines, and associated structures, facilities, public water access facilities, and projects solely funded by municipal, county, state, or federal entities shall incur. And before the way it was used to be written, it said shall be exempt from these permits. So all I did was just add the 3750 cap that DES was saying. So that's what it said. And so it shall be no greater than 3750.
Is this the one, Representative Kelly, that you were looking for?
Yeah.
What number is that? Could you go to the actual
With 07.
amendment number? It's right.
Yeah.
For 607.
607 each.
This is 609 each. You want 607 each?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, stand by.
Line 6.
So that would be. There's 607.
So yeah, yes, correct. Yep. Under where it says where the X is, or where the section 10 application for construction of public roads, public utility lines and associated structures, facilities, public water access facilities, and projects solely funded by municipal, county, state, or federal entities shall incur the permitting fee no greater than 3750. So the issue that someone had brought up was that the municipal water districts may be classified as nonprofits, which is why Representative Pearl may have included that language originally. So there was some fear that not putting the language specifically about water access facilities, that DES would not be able to grant those the permits, and that seemed to be who was mainly reaching out to us. So I just took the old language from 2017 and posted it in with it. This was the last version. I believe Representative Pearl was using a prior version of the text. So that's why there's a slight difference. And I didn't know who to reach out to about that. So I sent that to him. He sent both sets to to OLS to have them draft the amendments. And he said that whatever we decided was the better version of the language to go with that. And I believe that's why he sent us both.
All right. Any discussion on the, well, you've got both of them. Is there any discussion on which one we prefer?
Representative Smith's hand up.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it might be good to ask DES if this language looks good to them. I mean, I'm not sure because this is the first time we're seeing this language, but I mean, I like the way that it includes more specifics, but I just want to make sure it's accurate. I think DES would be the people to ask.
Is there anyone from DES still here?
I did see Mr. Pelletier here.
And he's got his hand up.
All right, Mr. Pelletier is on his way.
Okay, he's coming.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
No, thanks. Thanks for the invite. The only problem I have with the Second Amendment, we're looking at 607H is public utility lines. That, in my mind, should be taken out. That would mean that the Northern Pass project, which was, as you know, hundreds of miles, would be exempt. So I think the First Amendment that was shown is would be the correct one, I think.
So here a second.
Or take out public utility lines and associated structures. That would be a problem.
There, I've got it up now. This is the 609.
This is like the 609 one.
Yeah. If I might, Chairman, water utilities aren't considered nonprofits. They charge for an activity. And they're regulated by PUC if they're non-governmental.
There's no hands up, sir.
Yep. Representative Gunsky for a question.
Yes, Mr. Pelletier, I just wanted to follow up. Amendment 607 was in statute. Did you have, so you had issues when it was in statute in prior years?
Yes, we did. Yep. Yes, we did with the public utilities section for sure.
And how, if you do follow up, please?
Go right ahead.
And how did you address that fee shortfall prior to the sunsetting? Is it just something you just accepted?
Yeah, it went in and it got sunsetted in 19. So that was, we had worked last session, but because of the pandemic, stuff never went to any kind of fruition. So it just ended up being, it went away in 2019.
Representative Smith.
Just as a follow-up?
Yeah, just as a follow-up quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And how long was this legislation that we see in 607? How long was that in place? For how many years, if you could just estimate?
Oh, it started in 2007, I believe. And it was sunsetted. And it was sunsetted in 2019. There were two parts to the Shoreland Act. One was the fee sunsetting, which was addressed in 19, and they never addressed the second part of the statute, which was in fact this exemption part.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith for a question.
I actually don't remember what I was going to ask, so you can take me off that list.
Okay. And what else? Question?
No, sir.
All right, I'll just ask the basic question of the, are we ready for a motion? Like we are ready for a motion. Well, first of all, I'm going to have to get us back into executive session. So end the continuation on.
Representative Smith.
Oh, Representative Smith.
I remembered. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a call at lunch, and I know there are a couple people from the Plymouth Village Water and Sewer District here. And most of their work is paid for, most of their projects are paid for with a combination of grants and the rates paid by ratepayers. So would they be eligible for this cap? That's a question,
That
I
would be
guess.
a question probably of Mr. Pelletier, not.
Yeah, it would be our intent that they would be eligible for the cap.
Okay, thank you.
And because if I might, Mr. Chair, it
Go
says
ahead.
solely funded by municipal, county, state, or federal. So if they've got a mix of federal loans, grants, and municipal input, then they would be capped.
Thank you very much.
A quick point that Plymouth Village Water and Sewer, for instance, is its own municipality. A lot of water districts are their own. They are actually a municipality.
Yeah, well, anything, the question really is around other, things like school districts, water districts, they would also be under this, as, well, be treated as municipalities. Mr. Pelletier?
Oh, I didn't understand that was aimed at me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that would be, but if you're concerned about clarity, you could always add village districts. They're the only real other utility entities that we deal with, but they're considered municipal. They just come under the category of village district in some cases.
I think all of them would be. Yep.
Kelly.
Representative Kelly for a question or for a comment?
I agree. I think that Mr. Pelletier is correct. I think that this, I think we should go forward with the First Amendment if that's the case.
Okay. All right, can we go into executive session now? All right, I'm going to end the testimony section and we're going to go into executive session. House Bill 397 and looking for, I have a motion. Well, do I have a motion?
Representative Kelly has his hand up.
Oh, motion to adopt amendment 0609H.
Well, would you, could you make the motion to pass as amended, and then we'll go with the amendment, and then back in.
Motion to pass as amended.
Okay, and the amendment, and we'll discuss the amendment first. And the amendment is, what is the amendment again?
0609H, the one on the screen currently.
0609H. Do I have that?
Yes.
On the, any discussion on the amendment? If not, see no hands. Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment. On amendment 0609H.
Thank you. Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Dodge, yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Haley votes yes.
Yes. Representative Mayville.
Yes. Mayville votes yes.
Votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling.
Representative Gotling.
Sorry. Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Representative Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly, yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Representative Moran votes yes.
Representative Moran votes yes. Representative Ducey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Ducey votes yes. And Chairman Zulu.
Chair votes yes.
21 yes, 0 no. Motion passes.
That is on the amendment.
That's the amendment.
Chair, I think screwed up. Did I get a second on Representative Kelly's motion?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi is second. Okay, thank you very much, Representative. Okay, now on the motion about to pass as amended, Representative Kelly, seconded by Representative Grassi. That as well. Clerk, any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Farb.
Yes.
Farb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Dodge, yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Ray votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotland.
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotland votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Yes.
Cohen votes yes. I think.
Did you say yes, Representative Cohen?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It cut off. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Representative Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. And Representative
Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes. And Chairman Zulu.
Chair votes yes.
That's 21 yeses. Motion passes.
Yes, oh, yeah. Okay, Representative Kelly, you have maker of the motion. Are you going to be preparing the blurb?
I will do my best. It'll be my first one, so I'll send it to Representative Smith after and have her proofread it.
Okay, I don't mind. That saves me some work. But yeah, it's your first one. It'll be 20. It's a 21 to nothing. Any issue with
Consent?
consent? Okay, we're on consent. Okay, that should do it on that one. Now, let's go back to, we are still in executive session. And we have try to do all of the bills as possibly if we can. I'm going to do the bills with additional amendments. Try to do it in the numerical order. They'd like to take up House Bill 235, the issue on groundwater withdrawals. There is an amendment that was sent out yesterday to everyone. You were able to get it. I don't hear any no's. What this amendment is, well, first of all, this bill was a retread from last year. It was passed by this committee. It passed unanimously. And it died of COVID in the Senate. But the bill was something that we all agreed on, that as constituted, as this committee was constituted back then. The sponsor of the bill sent sent in the bill he's proposed was a little bit different. He wanted to improve on his bill. Well, I was presented with a good idea by Representative Smith, who said, you know, we passed this bill last time. Why not pass the same bill this time? Which is a very good idea. And as I believe it to be, because it was a bill that when originally presented, when it was originally passed last time, didn't have any of the issues that the bill as we presented before us has today. So this amendment basically recreates the bill that this committee passed. And my feeling that someone should never lift the gift horse in the mouth. Take what you got and go. So my feeling is that this is the better bill, and it doesn't have to have any of the issues that the bill that was presented presents to us. So this is amendment 0580. So I would ask Representative Gunsky for a motion to pass as amended. If you would. Ought to pass as amended.
Yeah, okay.
Sir,
And I
Representative
will-
Post has a question.
Pardon?
Representative Post has a question.
Representative Post for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Does that remove the fiscal note? I mean, is that going to alleviate the fiscal note on that?
The fiscal note would not apply to this bill as amended,
Okay, thank you.
because testimony shows that the testimony that there was the bill, because the amendment does not specify specifically what how the DES would implement this bill. And there is documentation that the DES had no problem with the bill, with the bill as amended, because it would be actually a bill that was passed last year with DES's acquiescence. That should be that should take care of the fiscal note. Fiscal note would not apply.
Follow up?
Any other questions? Oh, you have another additional question?
I just wanted to ask you, you were making a motion, it's kind of procedural, and I wanted to see the difference with this one, that we're going to vote on the bill as ought to pass with amendment, but on
No.
the one we just, okay.
No,
That was incorrect?
the motion is, the way it started off is you started off ought to pass as amended. Then we have to take up the amendment specifically. And then the motion would then be ought to pass as amended after we have passed the approval of the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
There are several ways to do it. This is the way I've chosen to do it. You could also have passed it up. You could also start with an ought to pass and then ask for an amendment. I go with the other way. It's my choice. Any other questions? All right. Question? No, I can just, I'm going to take the motion on. Motion is to approve, to pass, to approve amendment 0580H for bond bill, House Bill 235.
Do you need a second?
Yes.
I second.
Actually,
I'll make the motion.
Your motion to approve.
To approve the amendment.
Yes. All right. Any discussion on the amendment? There being none, seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll.
Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Pardon? Representative Gould votes yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Forgan.
Yes.
Morgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassy.
Representative Grassy votes yes.
Grassy votes yes. Representative Gotling.
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Cohen votes yes.
Who votes yes? Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Representative Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes. And Chairman Zulu.
Chair Zulu votes yes.
It's 21 yeses. Motion passes.
Okay, on the main motion, ought to pass as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk please call the roll.
Yes. Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Unmute.
Representative Harp.
Representative Park votes yes. Representative Creighton?
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Dodge is yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy?
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville?
Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post?
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith?
Representative Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang?
Spang vote yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi?
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling?
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen?
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes yes.
Representative Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly?
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran?
Representative Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. And Representative Dutsey?
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
And Dutsey votes yes. Chair Van Zulen?
Yes.
Yes. 21 yeas, 0 nays, motion passes.
Consent calendar? Yes, and I will write the blurb.
Mr. Chair, I missed who made the motion and seconded it.
I made the motion.
I seconded
Jim
it.
seconded.
Yep.
Was that Representative Creighton seconding?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, on to the next one. House Bill 271, relative to standards for per and polyfluoro substances in drinking water and ambient groundwater. Again, this is a retread from previous year. Again, whole same issue of passage by the committee and death from COVID in the Senate. We have, there is a minor amendment that requested for the bill with Representative, the chair will recognize Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 271, and the amendment number is 0577H.
Do I hear a second?
Second,
Second by,
Spang.
who's that?
Spang?
Spang, okay. Chair, seconded by Representative Spang. Do you wish to speak on the amendment, Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment put together by Representative Renzullo adds the words peer reviewed when in the discussion of how new PFAS could get added to the list of PFAS of concern was through at least one study. And so this just added the words peer reviewed, one peer reviewed study. It's still conducted in accordance with generally accepted scientific principles that demonstrates the PFAS of concern is known to cause or may reasonably blah, 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 and you can read it. But so it just adds those two words and just clarifies things for people.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? If not, on the amendment, will the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Dunsky.
Representative Dunsky votes yes.
Dunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Barb.
Yes.
Barb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling.
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Rep. Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes. Chair Ronzullo.
Chair votes yes.
21 yeas, motion passes.
That's on, that's.
Yep.
That's on the amendment.
What's the amendment number?
The amendment number was.
0577H.
0577.
But that was the question, wasn't it? We already voted on the amendment, I thought.
No,
Oh, we did.
No.
this.
That was on the amendment.
This was
Okay.
This is on the amendment.
Amendment.
All right, on the ought to pass, the motion for ought to pass as amended. Any discussion? Any further discussion? There being none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Barb.
Yes.
Barb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Dodge, yes.
Dodge, yes. Barb, the clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy, yes.
Healy, yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Spang, yes.
Spang, yes. Representative Grassi.
Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling.
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Rep. Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes. And Chair Ronzullo.
Zullo votes yes.
Okay, 21-0, motion passes.
21-0. Consent?
Yes.
Yep, consent, no issue. Representative Smith, blurb?
I will do the committee report.
Yeah, but who's gonna do the blurb?
Ha, ha, ha.
Be nice to me. All right, on to the next one. Yeah. All right, on to the next one. Try to do it going into some kind of alphabetical order or numerical order. House Bill 158. Prime wetlands. Chair recognizes Representative Dunsky. One moment.
I'd like to make a motion to ITL HB 158.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I can speak on it briefly, yes.
Oh, I need a second.
A second.
Second by Representative Creighton.
This bill in one form or another has been in front of this house and has actually been in front of the whole body. The language is very similar. This actually has been, this particular subject matter was vetoed by our governor. And I think this just seems, in my eyes, just another swing of the bat. And I just think that there's a lot of issues here. And this one, and I'm sorry, I just can't support this one again. So my motion would be to ITL this bill.
Demonstration, you have a comment on your second?
I yield.
Is there any more discussion by anyone than the other representative?
Bill is this, Mr. Chairman?
Pardon?
What bill is this?
All right, Representative Smith, and then who else?
Spang.
Okay, all right, Representative Smith, followed by Representative Spang. Is there, did I hear another?
Mr. Chairman, he wanted to know what bill it was.
Oh, what bill? 158. Representative Smith to speak.
Her volume's not up.
Don't hear you. Can't hear. Representative Smith.
There I go. Here I am.
Okay, you're on. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in opposition to the ITL motion. And there is a reason. Yes, this bill has been up before us a few times, but the reason is because the value of wetlands is important for filtration of toxins, for keeping silt out of our lakes and rivers, and for numerous other reasons, habitat for wildlife. And I just don't want to see this bill go down without a fight. And I will leave the rest to the prime sponsor and to Representative Spang. Thank you.
Representative Spang.
Representative Spang.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the issue here is whether or not we are going to take a realistic, ecologically sound view of what a wetland is. I think that the way the wetland regulations are now, it assumes that a wetland is like a donut hole, where it is just round with no creeks coming into it, with no little coves. We all know that there is no water body except a swimming pool that looks like that. And I don't want to use the word fingers and toes. I think that is distracting. But these little coves and these little indentations along the shoreline of a wetland are, I think, obviously a viable part of the wetland and the way the wetland functions. Anything that is living in that wetland probably is nesting, whether it's a bird or a fish, in those little shallows, in the additions to this wetland. The only way that one could possibly say that this is not ecologically and hydrologically connected to the whole wetland is if one were worried about extending the amount of the wetland. And I haven't yet to see a reasonable argument for that. It certainly was not a reasonable argument that was presented to us with that absurd map that clearly did not recognize what was before us. I think that we ought to give the governor a chance to redeem himself in this issue and to do what is scientifically, ecologically rational in this instance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And Representative Rasmussen.
Yes, thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I read the governor's veto. This bill was passed by this committee twice before, and it had bipartisan support both times that it passed. It passed the House twice. It ended up, well, this last time it ended up on the floor, or in the Senate, basically on the floor because of COVID. But I read the governor's veto message of this the first time around, and most of the opposition to this bill, in fact, they're opposed to the current law. It's not anything in this bill that changes the current law, that they're opposed to things that are in the current RSAs. If somebody wants to change what they're opposed to, they need to submit another bill. What this bill does is it allows a few small communities in the state to map out their prime wetlands accurately and adopt prime wetlands regulations. Every community that currently has prime wetlands designated fits the criteria of this bill, nothing more. What this bill does do, though, is something that I think is very important, which the governor and others have just ignored entirely, is it gives an exemption to DOT. I mean, that's going to be advantage to state and communities. If DOT can go in and work, particularly when you're looking at crisis situations when we've had significant flooding in the state, DOT needs to get in there and they need to work quickly. Under the current law, they're held up. They've got to go through this process. They can't move as quickly as they could. This bill frees them from that restriction and allows them to move forward. All it does is it allows a few communities to accurately map their wetlands. It actually has a provision here that the government was concerned about that gives more representation to local landowners. And it gives an exemption for DOT, which we do not currently have in the ordinance, in the RSAs. Everybody who's spoken, including the governor's veto, has only been what's in the current laws. It has nothing to do with this bill, and it baffles me why he basically says that he's opposed to this bill because of what's in current law, because this doesn't do anything. In fact, it makes it more to his benefit.
Anyone else wish to speak on this bill?
So Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville, speak on the bill, speak on the motion.
Representative Grassi, I so appreciate your passion in this topic. And I agree that there are really specific designations for these prime wetlands and that we must protect our New Hampshire resources. My chief concern with the wording on this bill purely relates to the appearance of considering the potential effect on landowners instead of protecting them. I am not for this type of, potential land grabs. I see the change in the width of these narrow areas from 50 to 100. And that's what we heard over and over from folks that were coming out and talking about it, that they were really concerned about what was going to happen to the landowners. And I think that as our constituents and as legislators, we have to think about the people here as well as protect our resources. I'm with you with the resource protection, but I don't agree that we can go in there and grab people's land away from them. That's all.
So you have,
I respond to the question.
Actually, again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I certainly understand the concern that they have. And the thing is that a lot of people were concerned about that because under a previous law which was repealed, there was actually 100-foot buffer. And when people are talking about taking the land, they were talking about that 100-foot buffer. That 100-foot buffer doesn't exist. And we're not putting that in this bill. So that's not something you really need to be concerned about. All this does, this is not taking anybody's buildable land away from them. All it does is it means the work they can do within the wetland. What is considered wetlands, what's within the wetland. If they wanted to, under the way it is right now, if they wanted to fill in some wetlands, they sort of could, because they're not considered prime wetlands. And they could still do it even if they were considered prime wetlands. They just have to go through a few more things to make sure that they're not impacting the habitat and the flood storage. I mean, there are the 12 criteria that you've got to take a look at. As long as they're not going to destroy, and the wetland has to meet for it, as long as they're not going to destroy those prime criteria, they can still develop even within the wetland. But this doesn't take anybody's buildable land away from them. It takes that land which should be protected, which is for flood storage and for water quality and for habitat, and sort of takes that out. It's the wetland area. They're all that we're taking out. We're not touching developable land. There are no more buffers. And this was something that in past debates that we've had and input that came from a number of people, they said, well, you're meaning I can't build on all this dry upland. We're not touching the dry upland whatsoever. It's just the wetland that we're dealing with.
This is my turn. The chair would like to redress a few things that are being said. The old grandfathered wetlands had 100-foot setbacks.
Yes.
Now, when the change occurred, it reverted to it allowed the setbacks to be set by the localities. I guarantee that if a locality is going to be making a prime wetland, the setback will be at least 100 feet, if not more.
What?
I mean, to say that will be no setback is plainly wrong. Also, we're talking about prime wetlands here, not talking about wetlands. The wetlands that we are talking about will still remain wetlands. They just will not become part of the prime wetland. And the issue around prime wetlands is there is state enforcement around prime wetlands that is different from prime wetlands. I'll read you something that Jason Stock wrote from his sixth legislative policy update to his organization, the New Hampshire Timber Owners Association, where he says portions of a wetland less than 50 feet wide could be eligible for designation, i.e. inlets and outlets or depressions adjacent to a bog or swamp. Once designated, the regulatory permitting requirements for any activity, including forest management, becomes a lot more complex and costly, i.e. butter notification, Conservation Commission review, wetlands assessments, etc. Because this law remains a problem for landowners seeking to conduct forest management projects on properties with prime wetlands, the NHTOA opposes it. And currently there are 32 New Hampshire towns with prime wetlands and in some communities, if the inlets and outlets were to become designated, large parcels of land would be landlocked behind the regulation. That is Jason Stock. As far as the wetland, the bill itself, it talks about making a wetland less, making a portion a prime wetland that is less than 50 feet at its narrowest point. How far the less than 50 feet? 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Is that still going to be a prime wetland? And how long is this prime wetland? Does it connect a 1 acre prime wetland with another acre prime wetland 100 yards away? Those are the questions. Everything is subjective. Whereas the rules on prime wetlands now are very, very specific and objective. Beyond that, I've said my piece.
So I see no further, Representative Spang has her hand up.
Representative Spang for a comment or a question.
Thank you. I would like to point out that there are considerable restrictions on a landowner's use of their land, even if it is just a regular wetland. I would also, so they're not, by making it prime, you're not really intruding that much on the use of their land. And I think Representative Grassi has pointed out, so you have to do an abutter notification, but it's not you're not taking away developable land because it's wetland like any other wetland. In terms of the setbacks, this was a major move that was made to take away the statutory setbacks. And it was left open up to the municipality because it was decided that the state shouldn't decide this, that it should be up to local control, where local people, including the landowners, can say whether or not they wish to do this. Now, I've written any number of wetland ordinances for communities, And I'll tell you that the setbacks that they write for wetlands is all over the place. Some of them are 25 feet, some of them are 10 feet, some of them are, a rare one might be 200 feet. I've done a survey. So it's all over the place in terms of what the municipality decides they want for a wetland setback from a regular setback or for, say, a shoreland setback. So this does not really change anything regarding the setbacks. Also, and I think this is the most important point, these as they would additions, fingers and toes as they've become known, still have to satisfy the 4 criteria for a regular wetland. You can't just have a ditch and call it part of a prime wetland. It still has to meet the 4 criteria, and in particular wildlife habitat, etc. So it can't just be anything. It has to be something that is in itself a prime wetland. And that is, I think, I'm hoping that this is enough for people to consider when they're talking about going back to the original prime wetland statute as it had been for years and years until this very last change that made it, I think, something that is ecologically hard to defend.
Should I? I know. All right. I recognize myself. Let's talk a little bit about the 4 functions of wetlands. And this one has to be 4 functions. Okay. The 12 primary functions are, one is wetland dependent wildlife habitat. Do mosquitoes count? Educational potential. What kind of educational potential is in, that is what a wetland function. I mean, I had an education in a wetland once. I actually got lost in the swamp when I out hunting. It taught me a lesson. I guess there is another educational potential. Noteworthiness. Shoreline anchoring, nutrient sediment trapping. All of these things are wetland functions. Many of these are just simply subjective. I think most people's backyards could meet these wetlands functions, at least 4 of them. So these wetlands functions, they're very subjective. So I think we have to make, we have in the prime wetlands ordinance as it exists now, things that are not subjective. So let's simply stick to what we have and be done with it. Any other questions? Any other comments? Pardon?
No questions.
No questions? Seeing no questions, no comments, we're on the motion of ITL. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky, yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Representative Gould, yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Smith, no.
Smith votes no. Representative Spang?
Spang, no.
Spang votes no. Representative Grassi?
Grassy votes no.
Grassi votes no. Representative Gottling?
Representative Gotling votes no.
Representative Gottling votes no. Representative Cohen?
Representative Cohen votes no.
Cohen votes no. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes no.
Connors votes no. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes no.
Vale votes no. Representative Kelly?
No. Kelly votes no.
Kelly votes no. Representative Moran?
Brett Moran votes no.
Moran votes no. Representative Dutsey?
Representative Dutsey votes no.
Representative Dutsey votes no, and Chair Renzulli.
Yes.
Yes. 11 yeas. 10 nays. Motion
Consent?
passes.
What?
Okay, I guess we have, I heard yes.
Yeah, and you're right, Mr. Chairman. Good try.
I was here, but away.
Good try.
All right, I'll write the majority report, who will write the minority report.
We'll get it to you. I'll probably end up doing it.
All right. I'll put you down as a question mark.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way, if I don't get something from you, it goes on consent.
Representative Gould, has your hand up.
Representative Gould,
Yes, may I have the score again?
the score is 11 to 10. 11 yes, 10 no. For ITL.
Thank you.
You need it by the weekend? At the, you can, Sunday, Monday, or you, get to me Sunday night so you have a chance to go through it.
Yep, not a problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Moving right along. Let's do 426. House Bill. I'm going to do House Bill 426. Septic, shoreland septic system. Recognize Representative Gunsky for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recommend that we retain HB 426.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by
Dodge.
Dodge, Representative Dodge. Would you like to speak to your?
Yes, I would. We heard a lot of testimony on this, and adding this fourth section, I didn't feel, based on what we had heard from testimony, was really a necessity. And there was some, I thought, some complications as it was written with a licensed septic designer, or versus a licensed septic evaluator. So there was some confusion in that part of the language. The change, the 250-foot reference versus the 200 is also a consideration that I'd like to look into further, because how is that going to impact individuals? And the other one that really concerned me is when we heard from the realtors, one individual in particular had said in his 50 years, he has never sold a home without a septic inspection. And the general consensus was upwards of 98% plus. All houses sold were sold with septic inspections, part of the purchase and sales agreement. So I question exactly how many homes on shorefront are actually being sold without a thorough septic inspection. And I don't have that particular information. I would love to know that. And that may take some time from the realtors to see how much property was actually moved in a period of time and exactly what we're talking about. Because what I'm seeing with this bill is not a lot of substance and change. So I'd like to investigate it further, and that's why I would like to retain it with the committee.
Representative Spencer.
Was I recognized?
Not yet. Who's the yes? Oh yeah.
Dodge.
Dodge. Representative Dodge, would you like to speak to your second?
I really don't have much to say that Representative Gunsky has not. He really covered a lot of land there.
Okay. All right, then I'll recognize Representative Spang.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that Representative Gunsky has done the right thing here. There were some complications that were introduced by DES at the hearing that kind of came out of the blue because they had not been brought up when the bill was farther down in the ranks with the staff. And I think that the questions that DES raised are worth investigating. I do think that this bill came out of a 2-year commission to study the problems of water pollution by underperforming septic systems. It was a widely representative group with a lot of experts in it, including people who are wetland evaluators, septic evaluators and septic system designers. And they actually requested one of the changes that DES wanted. Now, the letter that was sent out by the realtors, and I'm getting many, many, many copies of the exact same thing, was kind of misleading in a way. And the commission as a whole voted unanimously to support the findings of the commission, except for the realtors. And the commission argued with the realtors that their problems were not actually, in fact, based on what's happening on the ground. When they say that the properties are already inspected, that is not the septic system. What we're talking about here is having the septic system itself looked at to see if it is underperforming. What they're talking about is the required site assessment, which just says whether there's enough land there to support a septic system and whether the soils are correct for it. But even the people on the commission who were septic evaluators complained that there were septic systems being sold to people who did not know that the septic systems were underperforming. So this is the way that DES was talking about changing the bill. It would have just sent this report to the home bill, the potential home buyer, which I think is any information a home buyer can get is probably for the better. And they should certainly be willing to pay the marginal increase in cost to find out. But I think that it's also very important that the report be sent to DES and to the local code enforcement officer so that if there is, say, somebody had a summer cottage that now they're living in full time with their whole family, and the amount of dishwashing and laundry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is now much more than it used to be, the code enforcement officer could keep an eye on it. The issue that we're talking about here is that our surface waters are being polluted by underperforming septic systems. And this has been proven by the volunteer groups who have worked with landowners to try to do something about it, and they've cleaned up their lakes. They've gotten rid of the cyanobacteria. This is what the bill was attempting to do. The fact that the DES amendment creates real questions, I think, is good because it's good for us to be looking at this to resolve those. And also the commission was frustrated because they were because of COVID and the interruption in our work, we weren't able to get around to actually implementing any of the recommendations that the commission had come up with, including possibly either regulatory or working with the volunteers or working to fund improvements in water quality. So I appreciate Representative Gunsky's putting forward this motion to retain the bill. I think it will be move us forward in terms of addressing this problem.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, on the motion to retain House Bill 426, will the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Representative Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith?
Representative Smith, yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Bang, yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottling.
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Gottling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Representative Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Rep Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
And Dutsey votes yes. And Chair Renzullo.
Yes.
Yes. 21 yeas.
Okay, that's retained, so there's nothing else to do. Should remind folks, I think the rule is that in the vote, when we are in the voting mode, you should have you should be appearing live, not a high school picture. So you should. So I got an email a text message to that effect. And that is the rules. Going on. House Bill 269, abandoned cables. Chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I make a motion of ITL.
Motion of ITL by Representative Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by, was that Representative Vale or? That's certainly, I can't see everybody's this big.
It was Representative Connors.
Representative Connors, thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you. The first thing I wrote down in my notes when we heard this bill was needs a complete rewrite. There are so many unanswered questions about how big a problem it is, whether it's bad or good for the environment to take the cables up. How deep are they in? What does abandoned mean? It just seems like there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the issue if indeed it is an important issue for the legislature to deal with. But it's not our job to totally rewrite bills completely. And I think this one should be brought back by somebody next year with more complete information. And so that's why I make a motion to ITL it.
Representative Connors, would you like to speak to your second?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Representative Gumsky for a statement, comment?
Thank you,
Speak on
Mr.
the
Chair.
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree 100% with Representative Smith. When I first looked at the title of this bill, I thought, wow, under what, abandoned cables? I mean, I can't imagine those things just, gathering up underneath the water and what's it doing to the water quality. But once we started to dig into the bill, and there's fine schedules and who's responsible. I mean, can we ask a police officer in a community to identify a cable, that kind of stuff? It just didn't make sense at all. There's just a ton of work that needs to be done to the bill. I agree 100% that the only real path for this bill is ITL.
Anyone else?
No hands raised?
No hands?
No.
No hands raised? No hand raised at the table. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk on the motion of ITL on 269. Please call the roll.
Okay, Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horton.
Yes.
Morgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Dodge, yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Bang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottling.
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes, and Chair Renzulli.
Yes.
Yes, 21.
Okay. Vote being 21-0. Obviously on consent. Representative Smith, you're writing the blurb or somebody of your designee?
We're negotiating over here. But
right.
yes, we will get you a committee report in the next, by the end of the weekend.
Yep, that sounds fine. I'll put your name down and I'll just Smith
Yep.
et al. I think it means et al. Okay.
Chairman,
Yes.
on 426, I didn't have a consent calendar.
426 is a retain. It's
Oh,
a
it's a
retainer.
retain?
That's not.
Okay.
That stays. That stays with the committee. Okay. Next bill, House Bill 447. 447, the scuba bill. Chair recognizes Representative Smith. One motion.
I will defer to Representative Kelly on this.
Okay, Representative Kelly for a motion.
This
I
is
motion.
447, correct?
447, yes.
Yep.
Down to the end.
I motion, we vote inexpedient to legislate.
Motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it. Rep Smith.
Representative Smith, seconds. Representative Kelly, would you wish to speak to your motion?
I think that the idea of protecting, scuba divers is a good one. I'm not a scuba diver myself, but I think that it's a good idea. But I think that those devices and what they can currently do or what they do just doesn't fit with mandating them to be used in a rental setting.
Representative Smith, do you wish to speak to your second?
Although, yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I feel really badly for anyone who is injured or disappears on a scuba diving trip, I believe the technology which would be needed to prevent something like this from happening would be exorbitant for a dive shop to keep the units on hand. Because if you really wanted one that was going to get you at depth and at the surface and let people know where you were, you're talking about in the thousands, because the inexpensive ones either only work on the top or only work once or twice. And I just think it's not practical. And when someone is on the surface, they can easily purchase or get a free safety sausage, which puts up about 8 feet in the air, so someone can find you if you're out on the water. And also I think with New Hampshire's very small amount of miles of coastline, this is more a problem that happens when large dive boats with 20, 30, 40 divers go out and they easily lose somebody on the way. So I think that although the intention is a good one, I think this is not a good bill. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak on the motion?
So you have Representative Harb.
Representative Harb is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of the maker of the motion and the second. Just for the record, as you may recall, this is a constituents bill, so I will be voting against it to support my constituent. Thank you.
Perfectly understandable. Anyone else to speak on the motion?
So Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville to speak on the motion.
Just quickly, I totally understand the reason behind the bill and support those reasons about safety. But I am going to vote for the ITL simply because I don't believe that we should be mandating business practices such as mandating equipment that a sporting goods store would provide to their customers. And so for me, it's really just totally about supporting business.
Anyone else to speak on the bill?
Sir, you have Representative Post.
Representative Post to speak on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recommendation of ITL is due to the liability that these businesses would face if they weren't able to provide or if something went wrong. So again, like Mary, Representative Mayville, I think it was not a good bill for the industry.
Anyone else to speak on the bill? Seeing none. Clerk on House Bill 447, motion of ITL. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
No.
Representative Harb votes no. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Dodge votes yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Representative Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Yes, Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith, yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottling.
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Gottling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly?
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran?
Yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey?
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes, and Chair?
Yes.
Yes. 22.
21. Representative Kelly, you will be writing the blurb or?
Yes. Yep, I'll write that one too.
Yep.
There you go.
So you'll become a superstar.
This is a one-time thing. After this, that's on.
Is this on consent? Representative Harp?
I have no problem with consent, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
Says he has no.
I'm okay with
Problem
consent.
Okay, it will go to consent. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, the next bill is House Bill 534, relative to municipal control of certain frozen water bodies. Chair recognizes Representative Dunsky for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend ITL on HB 530. You said 534?
530.
Yeah, ITL on HB 534.
Is there a second?
I second that, Bill.
Second, and who's that? Cohen, Representative Cohen, second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Just quickly, I don't have too much on it. It's just that obviously, I think we heard from Fish and Game in their testimony to me. I thought was very convincing. Obviously, they opposed this bill. As any body of water under 10 acres or more are state-owned public waters, and those waters are held in trust by the state for the public. Who would have jurisdiction over these? Who would have the resources or the seasonal resources to enforce or perform rescue operations? I mean, it just really, this, as much as I understand why this legislation was put forward, I just think it doesn't fit for the state of New Hampshire, so I recommend an ITO.
Representative Cohen, would you like to speak to your second?
Representative Gunsky's explanation is very comprehensive. I'm okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion of ITL? See no one. Just the chair would like to observe. Give an observation. This bill was opposed by everybody and their brother. DES, Parks, Fish and Game, Farm Bureau, the Snowmobile Association, the Timberland Owners Association, even Captain Dunleavy from the, he opposed it. So, 50,000 people can't be wrong. So I think I agree with the motion of ITL. And on that, seeing no one else wishing to speak, clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 534 on the motion of ITL.
Thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky?
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould?
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan?
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harp?
Yes.
Harp votes yes. Representative Creighton?
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Dodge votes yes.
Dodge votes yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy?
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville?
Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post?
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith?
Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gotling.
Representative Gotling votes yes.
Gotling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Rep. Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. And Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes. And Chair
Votes yes.
21.
21 to nothing. So, CC, right? That calendar. I'll do the, yeah, I'll do the blurb. Unless somebody else would like to try their hand at one. Would you like to try your hand at?
Try it. I'd love to. I'm just gonna quote what you did.
Yeah, all right, well, the blurb will be done. All right. Moving right along. All right, the next bill under consideration is House Bill 571. Repealing the prohibition against OHRV travel on Hoyt Road Marsh. Chair recognizes Representative Gunsky.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to retain HB 571.
Motion to retain the House Bill 571. Is there a second?
I'll
Second it. Oh.
Second by, who did I hear?
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith. Motion seconded by Representative Smith. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I guess I can. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm running out of gas. You're running out of gas too.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam. Okay. As much as I am dissatisfied with the way this this ban went into place as a a line item in the last biennium's budget in HB2. I think the committee should spend a little bit more time familiarizing themselves with the actual marsh, what's going on, where the residents are located. I think there's still a little bit of work we can do on this bill to make sure that we do all the residents justice. So I think at this time, it would be in our best interest to retain this. That's it.
Representative Smith, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the biggest issues we deal with in this committee is balancing the rights of user groups on public land and public waters. And this is another example of that, balancing the needs of those who want peace and quiet at their homes with the needs of those who want to recreate on the public waters, even if they're ice. So I think that, and the previous bill that we just ITL'd was a blanket change. And this gives us, retaining this bill gives us more time to research and study and do a better job with the situation of motorcycle riding on Hoyt Road Marsh. So I support the retaining.
Is there any other comments on House Bill?
So Representative Cohen has his hand up.
571, Representative Cohen on the bill.
I too support the motion to retain this bill. The reason is last year I had privilege of serving on this committee, and just due to COVID restrictions this time, we didn't get a lengthy amount of testimony from both sides of the issue, and nobody from any of the local governments that are border the issue, like Concord, came and testified. So I just want to make sure the full existing board hears in depth some of the things that we've got to hear this time. And I think if we retain it, it'll give us a little more time to just really explore sides of this issue.
Or any other comments or questions on the motion to retain?
Representative Grassi, sir.
Representative Grassi. You're right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think there's other things that are just as important. I mean, we can listen to both sides, the people who want to recreate the area and the people who want to stop the recreation. I think sometimes we don't get a lot of testimony from the experts. And this is a wildlife refuge that's out there. And I think we need to get some scientific information on what the impact that's occurring on the wildlife that's in that area, and are we basically voiding the fact that it's a protected area, allowing these uses out there. We haven't had that kind of data presented to the committee. And I think we do need that kind of data, and that's stuff that by retaining it, we can reach out and get that information.
Is there any other discussion on the bill, on the motion? Seeing none?
Sure.
Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to retain House Bill 571?
Thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky?
Representative Gunsky is a yes.
Representative Gunsky, yes. Representative Gould?
Yes.
Gould votes yes. Representative Horgan?
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb?
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton?
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yes.
Dodge votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy?
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville?
Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post?
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith?
Smith, yes.
Smith votes yes. Representative Spang?
Bang votes yes.
Spang votes yes. Representative Grassi?
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottlieb?
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Gottlieb votes yes. Representative Cohen?
Yes.
Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors?
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale?
Representative Vale votes yes.
Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly?
Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran?
Rep Moran votes yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey?
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
Dutsey votes yes, and Chair?
Yes.
Yes, 21 next.
Okay. There being 21 to nothing. The bill is
More work
retained.
to do
Bill is retained in committee.
this summer.
Do I hear something? Is there a question? Well, I thought I heard something, somebody asking me a question.
I think somebody had their mic on.
Oh. All right. Okay. And last,
Mr. Chairman,
please,
can we take a 5-minute recess?
I think we can.
For
5-minute recess.
Restroom break?
Uh, 5-minute recess. We probably will go into 10.
All right, so you're off mute.
Okay. Are we ready? I can wear a mask or I can wear a necktie. Can't not wear both. Ah, all right. For the final hit of the day. Call the meeting back to order. Discuss House Bill 611 FN, which even though it had an FN, doesn't mean it gets a, there's still not an early bill. All right. House Bill 611, abolishing fluoridation in water. And ask Representative Gunsky for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I make a motion to retain HB 611.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second Representative Harb.
Representative Harb, it's a second. Okay,
Speak to it.
would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I can speak to it just a little bit. This is a very challenging bill for us. And I know it's very polarizing. People are, you got this camp and that camp. And there's still information coming in. Actually, just as of recently, I think a day or so ago, one of our fine representatives sent us over some additional information. And I haven't even actually gone through that information yet. I just think this deserves our due diligence to just go and listen to everybody that wants to bring their position forward. And with the setting that we've had this year, it's been a challenge with that. And like I said, I know there's a lot of people that have spoken on this, but it's been challenging to get to everything. So I just feel that it would be in our best interest to retain this bill and take a really heavy swing at it in the next session.
Representative Harb, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I agree with the Representative Gunsky. This seems to be a very polarized topic and a bill from experts, dentists, and reports, and the public's right to know. So that's why.
Representative Spang.
Representative Spang, do you wish to speak to the motion? Or do you wish to speak to the motion?
Or
Yes.
just again, anyway, yeah. I feel that when I think about the issues that this bill involves, this bill does not belong before our committee. This is not a water quality issue. This is not a resource issue. This is a health and human services issue. And I would like to see it go over to the committee that is best equipped to deal with health and human health issues. That's it. Thank you.
So you have Representative Moran.
Representative Moran to speak on the motion.
Yes, I would concur with my colleague.
Which colleague?
Spang, Representative Spang.
Okay.
I personally believe that this bill should be inexpedient to legislate. I think this bill should die. We have terrible Medicaid benefits in the state for dental insurance, and passing a bill like this, no matter what committee it comes out of, will downshift costs to independent dental owners throughout the state. I'm hopeful that over in the Senate that they're working on increasing the dental benefits. But one thing that I hope this bill has done in this committee, if we do get the expansion of Medicaid dental services from the Senate and it comes to the House, that we can understand the drastic need for adequate dental services in our state. The fluoride is certainly a public health measure. We're in the middle of a public health pandemic. I can't see us taking a shot at public health initiatives, especially when we have such poor quality Medicaid services for protecting the health of our teeth, which is directly affected in preventing heart disease and other major health issues. And, certainly be a rise in cost for healthcare in the state if we did allow this bill to go forward and if it did pass.
Realize the mo.
Grassy.
Okay, just a second, this previous speaker, this bill is to be retained, at least that's the motion, it is not the ITL.
Oh, yes, I know. I was just sharing my opinion that I think it should be.
All right, just so you know, okay. All right, Representative Grassi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A lot of you members have received information that I've sent to you, a lot of information sheets even from different countries. It's an issue I feel very strongly about, and I would like to see it ITL, but I will support the retaining issue because I think it's important. I also do agree with Representative Spang. I don't know why we put this in our committee. It should go to Health and Human Services. It shouldn't be in our committee at all. I guess this is the third time it's come here, and it's unfortunate that it does come to our committee because it's not a place where on an issue that we really should be dealing with. I would hope that the chairman would certainly advise leadership that this bill really needs to be in a different committee other than ours. But in the meantime, we'll retain it. We'll be able to provide more information to you about this, and hopefully by the time we get to the end of it, eventually it will be defeated in the final vote that we take. Thank you.
Kelly.
Representative Kelly.
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be the guy who's known for keeping us past our scheduled time. So I don't want to go into all my remarks. I've been doing quite a bit of legwork on this to figure out how it affects our state. I think we heard a lot about the national conversation, and there's a lot of statistics about our state specifically that I think need to be shared at some point. So I'll support the motion to retain, but I agree with Representative Moran that I would much rather see this ITL and move on. But I'll save those remarks for a future session.
Cohen, sir.
Representative Cohen.
I'll be really quick. I will support the retain. I think this is a drinking water issue that needs to be explored in our committee at this point. But I will support the motion to retain and have that discussion in the summer or whenever.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
All right. As chair, I'll tell you my feelings on this. One reason I'm supporting retention. I do support the bill, and the bill that I see in front of me I don't believe is ready for prime time. If you look at the bill, it has one sentence concerning fluoride in water, and it has a whole page concerning fluoride in school district water. Just by the way this bill is put together, it focuses on the wrong thing that should be fixed. Also, my concern is that we are in the first year here. We concentrate heavily on budgets and other issues. And this is let's say polarizing bill. It cuts across party lines. There are some people who are for and some people who are against on both sides. So this will be a hard fought bill. I don't want to see it tabled, which very well could happen in the first year. And then if it were tabled in the first year, we would have it back the second year. And I want to go with this, have this bill get a one shot, and that should be in the second year. So that's where I stand on the bill. I don't know if anyone else has any questions or comments.
No other answer.
No, see no one else up on a bill on a motion to retain. House Bill 611. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Representative Gunsky.
Representative Gunsky votes yes.
Gunsky votes yes. Representative Gould.
Yes.
Votes yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Horgan votes yes. Representative Harb.
Yes.
Harb votes yes. Representative Creighton.
Creighton, yes.
Creighton votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Hodge votes yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Healy votes yes.
Healy votes yes. Representative Mayville.
Mayville votes yes.
Mayville votes yes. Representative Post.
Representative Post votes yes.
Post votes yes. Representative Smith.
Smith, yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative Spang.
Representative Spang votes no.
Representative Spang votes no. Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassi votes yes.
Grassi votes yes. Representative Gottling.
Representative Gottling votes yes.
Gottling votes yes. Representative Cohen.
Representative Cohen votes yes.
Representative Cohen votes yes. Representative Connors.
Representative Connors votes yes.
Connors votes yes. Representative Vale.
Representative Vale votes yes.
Representative Vale votes yes. Representative Kelly.
Representative Kelly votes yes.
Kelly votes yes. Representative Moran.
Yes.
Moran votes yes. Representative Dutsey.
Representative Dutsey votes yes.
And Chair Ronzulli
Yes.
votes yes. That's 20 to 1.
I think we're done. Are we done? Is there any other business to take before we adjourn? It looks like we're finished. Don't all celebrate at once. We have finished our bills for until.
You have Mayville or Post with their hands raised.
Okay, Representative Mayville.
So as we end our business for the day, I just want to say how much I appreciate each and every one of you. I've learned a lot from your opinions and the work that you've done. And I really do. I truly, as a citizen of New Hampshire, I appreciate the work that you do and what we've done in this committee. I'm just very proud of us.
And Post, sir.
Representative Post, please speak.
Yes, I wanted to echo the same sentiment as Representative Mayville. I thought today went very well. We had differing opinions. We worked it through. Again, we learned so much from each other, and the people that called in changed my mind on a couple things that I was pretty steadfast on. So I really appreciate working with all of you. And I'd also like to know, do we know when the next session days are?
Session day, she had asked the next session day.
The next session day, it's not, it hasn't been established yet. It's gonna be soon, but I have not heard anything. If the leadership meeting on Monday, it was yet to be established.
And Kelly, sir.
Yes, Representative Kelly.
Just to, again, to echo what Representative Post and Representative Mayville said, I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to sit through some of the other committees. There's a lot more contention and a lot less getting done. So I just appreciate all of you for being civil and sitting here and talking and figuring stuff out. You've been great to work with.
I agree. I mean, I know what's going on in other committees. And I think it's all due to Representative Smith. She seems to know she seems to know what's a good way to go. She's a good resource. Oh, gotta turn my mic back on.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Forget about what I said.
Thank you, everybody.
I want to
Thank
agree
you.
with Representative Ronzullo, having been been in this committee under the leadership of Representative Smith. It was that way last session, and we want to continue that this session. So it's been a wonderful committee to work on, and I truly appreciate it.
We can disagree without being disagreeable. So.
And at least last year, at least I didn't have to deal with Zoom and hybrid meetings.
Yeah, believe me, you miss, for the folks who haven't served on the committee when it's together, it's a much better experience than the way it's going now. I mean, and we still seem to have done the job. So, thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you, Andy.
we'll
Thanks, everyone.
See you
Thank you,
later.
everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone.
All right.